I love a buttered biscuit.
Holy cow, everybody. I hope you're doing well this evening. Good to see you. Good to see you. Just got some stuff that got dropped by the Hales. This is unreal. I'm gonna review some of that, and then we're gonna go into the Zachariah Anderson interview whenever Mo gets here. Mo hasn't seen any of this stuff with What the Hales. I cannot wait to show her this. She's going to lose her mind. Just the insanity of these people. She has not seen it yet. Hey, cool gamer. Good to see you. Hey, Eris. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, this video should take us right up pretty close to the time that Mo will be coming on. So bear with me while I play this, and man, it's insane. Just absolutely insane. Whenever you see it, you're going to be surprised. Just watch and see. You'll understand here shortly. If you don't know who What the Hales is, this watch MG tonight and get caught up on some of it because it's insane.
Pray the court might consider the difference between a redacted copy and an unredacted copy, because I think what we're going to find is there is no difference.
Hey, Flatty, good to see you. Good to see you, Flatty. Glad
What's Judge Craig DeThomas's issue with Mark Feather? Attorney Mark Feather, who said in 15 minutes this trial could be done with.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If I didn't say, yep. All right, good afternoon. We're here on this afternoon for the court's order to show cause, and comes under case 23 DR 416A. And Mr. Feather is present here today. I'm just glad you got back safely.
Attorney Mark Feather was overseas on a missions trip for over a month, where all of a sudden he finds he's being held in contempt of court for giving me court videos. Specifically, you're going to hear in this hearing unredacted court videos. Redacting means taking away any confidential information. So the reality is this: he's being held in contempt of court. He's overseas. He hears he's being served for contempt of court. He's issued to be in court for giving me videos of court that no confidential information was even held in. So redacted and unredacted are the exact same thing, because there's nothing to be redacted. Keep this in mind, because Judge Craig DeThomas keeps bringing this up, that he's guilty. And we're going to find out, because this is his court hearing on this issue.
And we continued this from the prior hearing. And this is an order to show cause. Mr. Feather, did you have an opportunity to review the order to show cause?
I did, Your Honor.
All right. So this is a order to show cause why there should not be civil contempt in this case. Let me have you raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Attorney Feather is a man of high integrity, high character. He is a well-respected attorney in this area with the highest reviews. This man is who people want representing him. This is also the man that Lynette stated tried to bribe her. She lied after hearing number one and said he tried to bribe her to make this all go away. And because of that lie, Craig DeThomas slaps a temporary injunction on me. And during this process, as we're reviewing everything that's going on, he gets unredacted videos ordered from the court, which then I state, can I get a copy of those as well and look over them? He has no idea what I'm going to do with them at all.
So Mr. Vipperman is here on your behalf. Mr. Vipperman, have you had an opportunity to go over this rule to show cause with your client?
We have, Your Honor. We've talked about it extensively and are prepared to present my client as a witness for the court, or the court can inquire, whichever the court wishes.
Well, I think
I don't understand why he needs to do that.
I would
That's crazy.
say that the first question is, how does your client plead?
not guilty, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Feather?
Yes, sir.
Mark Feather pleads not guilty, and he has every legal right to, because he took an oath not to share confidential information. And that's what he did, not share confidential information. Yes, he gave me unredacted videos. Unredacted videos are the exact same as the redacted videos because they contain no, or he can't be
There's
found
no
guilty.
redacted information.
Although,
because
who
nothing
knows
needs to
in
be
Levy
redacted.
County?
This is the
All
problem.
right. Well, Mr.
Nothing needs to be
Feather, the
redacted.
court has taken judicial notice of the file. I have, if you wish, you deny that you requested the unredacted copies of the hearings from November 29th and December 6th.
I do not deny that, Your Honor.
All right. And that you signed the prohibition against dissemination of those unredacted. Is that accurate?
I do not deny that I've made that request.
Your Honor, so that we're strictly correct, I think that prohibition was actually signed by an employee in his office, but that doesn't change anything. I believe I've got the witness here who may have actually signed that.
Understood. Well, so Mr. Feather, your agent requested this at your direction, that these copies be made.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right.
You authorized them to
Nothing wrong there.
obtain unredacted copies.
Yes, sir.
You understand that the Supreme Court of Florida basically has required that those be only given to certain individuals and only under that we basically tracked with the court's administrative order, the Florida Supreme Court requirement that those only be disseminated to individuals who do sign and agree that they will not disseminate those recordings.
To disseminate means to broadcast, to publish, to share. And the
Right.
Supreme Court ruling is in the aspect of confidential information.
Right.
These hearings have had no confidential information. 5 hearings so far.
That's exactly
all
right.
5 hearings. And now you're looking at hearing number 6. Even this down here, you see her saying, that's right, no redacted confidential information, which none is the same as redacted. Want proof? Here's the court employee stating nothing has been redacted. Now in here, you see her saying, that's right, no redactions on either of those dates. And we've confirmed on everything. You go down lower, nothing's been redacted on that date. We go up higher, nothing's been redacted there. There's been nothing redacted on any of them. None of them.
You understand that?
No, sir. I've reviewed the rule.
Because
I
there's
don't
nothing to
believe-
redact.
That is not my interpretation of what it says.
Well, it may not be your interpretation, and we will discuss that, but
Oh, they really hate this guy. So much. It's damn hilarious. Just kills me every time I watch this. Like, there's nothing to redact. Well, why didn't they redact it? Because there was nothing to redact. As he shuffles
So,
papers.
let me just ask this question. Did you disseminate the recordings?
Your Honor, based upon my understanding of the definition of dissemination, I did not disseminate it. I did provide a copy or directed a copy be provided to my co-counsel and my client.
All right, so you did give it to your client and to co-counsel?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
What's wrong with that?
Did they sign the
They don't need
copies
to.
or sign the court's order that required them not to disseminate it?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, so you think that your interpretation is you can distribute it to other individuals who may be entitled to get it without their signing the required recognition that they may not disseminate it?
Your Honor, I'm a little bit uncomfortable sitting. Should I stand or am I?
You may stay seated.
Thank you. Your Honor, my understanding is that I am entitled to, if not obligated to, provide to my counsel and my client copies of the proceedings.
If my attorney gave me the
correct.
redacted version of these videos and the proceedings, he
That's
wouldn't be
so
sitting
correct.
here in court right now. He
Yeah.
did nor these are
He did nothing wrong.
to ever be.
Later time. You understand that unredacted copies can be requested at a cost, but I mean redacted copies that are free from any of this.
Right.
Yes, sir. I
And
know.
that, are you saying today you instructed your co-counsel, or were they aware of the prohibition against dissemination?
I can't testify as to my co-counsel's knowledge, but I believe that he is aware of the rule.
Did you instruct your client as to the prohibition?
Your Honor, we're going to object to any attorney-client communication at all.
There you go.
That would put my client in a position that it would require him to violate attorney-client privilege to testify to that.
See? Good job.
While the judge can ask questions and inquire based on our conversations, my lawyer doesn't have to answer. It is attorney-client privilege, and none of that has
He is. He's right.
Okay, I'm willing to hear anything that you have to say about whether you think he's violated the rule or not.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Yeah. Anything else you want to present or have him testify to?
Well, Your Honor, I looked at the rules on contempt citations, and it is required, as I understand under the rules, that we be given clear notice of the violation. Your pleading at paragraph 12 is that it is apparent that Attorney Mark Feather, despite attesting knowledge of the prohibition, discrimination, and agreement to comply with its
Hey,
directives,
Miami Spice. Good to
and then
see you.
provided clear notice
You're
of the
doing well.
violation would subject to legal action, but not limited
Pretty
to the
damn
contempt
awesome.
of court. Nonetheless, disseminated the unredacted recording in this matter. Our position is quite simple. He did disseminate them to co-counsel and the client.
Yep.
As charged here. That's as far as it goes.
So
He did do the dissemination. He did not disseminate to anyone that should not have it.
There you go.
well, I guess my question is,
That's all that
that's your
matters.
reading that he can give it to his client, disseminate it, which is quite different from sitting in an office and saying, we're getting ready for the hearing, you can review this, but I can't give you a copy of it because you haven't signed the
Yeah, you
prohibition.
can.
Otherwise, there really is no limitation. There's no purpose to the rule if it can
There
be
should be no
distributed.
limitation.
And then whoever you give it to can distribute it or disseminate it as they wish.
Exactly.
That
they should
would
be.
appear
What are you
to
trying to
make the
hide,
rule
What you trying
of
to
no
hide?
effect.
What you going to do? Yeah.
I'm not
because
a
it's
judge.
Stupid rule.
I'm not a lawyer. Although I try and share some
Good
information.
Lord.
And that information oftentimes could be wrong. But the reality is this: the rule is about confidential information. The umbrella protects confidential information. And as I've said before, there's none. Redacted, unredacted, unredacted, redacted. And know that. How are we going to find
I mean,
well?
Your Honor, I understand.
I mean, if that's your position, if that's your,
No, my position
yeah,
is
if your position is he did disseminate it, but it was not a violation to give it to his
It was a
client
violation because there
without
was
his client signing a
that was confidential.
required,
the charge that's made is that he did disseminate it in the actual rule. The people you can disseminate it to are your client and co-counsel.
Maybe read the rule, Judge. Jeez. There's just
All
a
right.
judge that does not like have his ass
Anything
handed to
further
him.
that you understand that's your reading of the rule? Anything further you want to present as to that?
No, Your Honor.
Shouldn't have to be. Everything's fine. It's copacetic.
There's usually 4 cameras in the courtroom. That's why you see one of the squares usually blacked out. That's for the jury, but these aren't jury trials. What I've done here, when I get moving from to line here, that would be
This judge is being a butt. Just a butt. Lots of pondering. Let me scratch my chin on this one. Your Honor, there's nothing redacted. Because there was nothing to redact. There was nothing confidential in any of this. If there's nothing confidential, you can disseminate all you want to. Come on, Judge.
all this silence, shuffle, no act, video, what to the world.
More silence.
Well,
More shuffling papers.
Several days later.
Jeez Louise.
Well, the salient language in the Supreme Court's order, as well as the Eighth Circuit's order, which I think is clear, is that the copies are available, and they can be available to the attorney. They can be available to the party. It certainly has a right to get it, or self-represented litigants upon request, as long as an acknowledgement is provided that states that confidential information may be
Confidential.
that it's on the may be on the record, and that further dissemination of the confidential information contained on the recording is prohibited in a violation of the prohibition against dissemination.
Got to be something
May subject
confidential there.
the requester to contempt of court.
You even heard it while he's reading the rule. Confidential information. You may not disseminate confidential information. Building. Hey, is there any George? And
State is no authority of an attorney.
staff. There's nothing.
There is no authority of an attorney, and the court disagrees, to disseminate it to anyone, including co-counsel. They can obtain them from the court. They can get them the same way the attorney can. They can get them by signing the order of the court and saying, I agree, I would like to have a copy. They're entitled to get it. They just have to sign the same
You can share it with
prohibition that the counsel would sign in order to have it. Otherwise, this is absolutely would undermine. It can't be the meaning of this language. Otherwise, by exactly what happened in this case, Mr. Feather gave it to his client. His client then distributed it, posted it. So he's not obviously under any obligation. He's not signed any agreement. He's not agreed to anything in that the court would acknowledge, because he didn't request it. He didn't ask for it. He got it from someone else. He got it from someone who was prohibited from distributing it and had signed an agreement to the same. So that reading of it, the court does not agree with. The court does not find that that is proper. It may not be disseminated except by the court. It is the court that has the power to disseminate this, and only
more to it than
does
that.
so to restricted parties only upon their agreeing that they will not disseminate it. So the court disagrees with Mr. Feather's reading of this, that he had the authority to distribute it to other individuals who were under no such obligation.
And
And
if there's nothing confidential, it doesn't matter.
especially in the view of this case, which, I don't really know that much about it beyond
Apparently, you
what
don't know
was
much about
brought to
anything,
the court's
Judge.
attention, that this was by looking at the file, here is a cyber stalking injunction. Okay, that's to be heard. But to know that that's the issue here. That's what's under consideration, to have no thought that this would not be disseminated in the manner, in fact, in which it was. It's just difficult for the court to believe that you would think that you could be the conduit for that.
I drastically disagree with this judge in the aspect of what is confidential information. And he even reads it. It is the disbursement, the dissemination of confidential information. Now he's talking about cyber stalking. Now let's define cyber stalking. Cyber stalking is very well known.
We don't need to.
With me. Right. Opinions, communication is protected. But then physically stalks us as well.
So this has
so
to do with
the court finds that by your own admission you did disseminate it.
I'll go.
The court finds you guilty of contempt
because it's something that Mo hasn't seen.
What mitigation do you wish to offer?
Your Honor, I think the mitigation lies in two things. One is I don't believe the interpretation of the rule was the same. It was not intentional to disseminate for it to go any further at all. The problem was Mr. Feather believed that what he was doing was required of any lawyer.
What's up, Hal? Good to see you, brother.
The two people that you can give it to for sure are co-counsel and the client. So I don't think it was an intentional act.
Well, it wouldn't matter. It's still not confidential material.
Record is, I understand the court's interpretation. However, the contempt citation says that it was Mr. Feather who did the dissemination improperly. I don't agree Mr. Feather disseminated it improperly. Nothing in the rule about whether Mr. Feather had something signed.
Yeah, there was nothing different. Absolutely. Nothing was different in it whatsoever.
Mr. Feather, as the court's interpreted, if Mr. Feather made a mistake.
Welcome, Deborah Kennedy. Good to see you.
I apologize to the court. It was not an intentional act to harm anybody, and he did not authorize anyone to violate this rule.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Feather?
I just add, Your Honor, I do not believe that anything that would be considered confidential was disseminated by anyone at any point.
There you go.
I will tell the court that I pray the court might consider the difference between a redacted copy and an unredacted copy, because I think what we're going to find is there is no difference. And if there is no difference, then the court can rest confidently that no confidential information or nothing inappropriate was ever shared.
And there it is.
There it is. This is a genius lawyer who's right on it. The whole rule is about confidential information. It's not about unredacted or redacted. It's about confidential information.
To my knowledge,
ever any confidential information shared ever.
To my knowledge,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nothing was confidential. Public court released to the public is public. Absolutely, Deborah. We're glad to have you here.
What occurred in court,
definitely.
Of the hearings.
You'll find once Mo gets in here, she sees this, she's going to lose her mind, and she's going to have words that you've never heard before.
Was to my dismay.
Just you wait, Deborah.
Yes, I do appreciate that, and certainly
more corruption within the
court. And frankly, as far as the purpose of this hearing, I have not gone back to try to review to make that determination. Was there any confidential information that was disseminated? That is secondary to the purpose of the rule, of course, is to keep that. That may be mitigation, but as far as but my concern with that would be, did you make any efforts after the first one was given to you on December 4th? Mm-hmm. My understanding is that this was almost immediately put up on the website.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to then you requested another copy. So were you aware that it was posted?
Before the second copy was ordered, no, Your Honor, I was not.
Attorney Feather was overseas on a missions trip when I decided to post this public information that holds no confidential information. And how can a judge go, well, that's a secondary thing? The whole rule, the whole law is about confidential information. It's not about.
Well, and something I want to point out here is that the judge, he keeps, and he's doing no different than grudge judge, where he's getting all upset saying things that are not wholly legal. And I'm not an attorney, but there's a difference between saying that, the redacted cannot be disseminated and the portion that can be disseminated has to have been redacted. And on top of that, I would think that Jeremy here knows that if, say, for example, something that's going to come in that's not confidential, that he doesn't want to cause any problems. He doesn't want anybody contacting anybody. He doesn't want anybody getting angry at somebody else. So he would redact it if he thought that it was something that would cause harm. Makes sense to me. Most people would do that. I mean, why show something that you think is going to cause somebody harm? I mean, he seems like a pretty bright guy, and it's not his first rodeo with bullshit. So I'm thinking that he wants to be a little bit safer with that. Oh my God. Spent several lives with you and friends late night and all. So informative. Thank you. We appreciate that. Zach takes one to know one. You too. Stop it. You shameful people.
Redacted and unredacted. It's about protecting confidential information. How can you go, well, that's a secondary thought? No, it's not. It's the main reason and thought. Not to mention, after Lynette lies about Attorney Feather and says he tried to pay her off, Attorney Feather is no longer representing me. While on legal paper, he's as co-counsel, he's in no communication with me in regards to these things. He's overseas.
Well, after you got the second copy, did you know then, before you gave it to your client, that it had been posted?
No, sir.
Well, I guess part of my concern is given the nature of this case and your client's business, you didn't bother to stop and caution him, don't be publishing this, or to check to see if it was being disseminated contrary to the rules?
I hope you understand the gravity and the weight of what this judge just said. This is a Levy County judge who's saying, didn't you caution him and understand? This is public information.
Yeah.
You can't hide this. This is public information. It can go anywhere to anyone. It is by definition public information. What is a judge? Why is a judge trying to hold back public information, sending out public information, posting public information on YouTube, stalking and
did you?
We'll get back to the hearing. Sorry,
right.
I'm not trying.
Regardless of what he may have said to him.
Holy cow, Danielle! Good to see you, girl. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We need to chat. We really need to chat. At some point, really soon. Are you home? If you're home, just give me a nice big thumbs up. Maybe I'll bring you in here along with Mo if you're up for it. If you got time. It's crazy. John, where are the boobies? What I'll do is give me just a second and I'll copy it there. And you know what? You know what I didn't do? I want to make sure that I got the right one here because I do this. Let me double check for tonight. Yes, I have the correct one for. And what I'll do is I'll hit Danielle with this one. Paste, boom. If you want. There we go. This is crazy. This is crazy stuff. Oh yeah, I can pay and get identical information. Absolutely. And you can pay and get it unredacted if you want to. Coming in from Mo, someone in the chat offered free hand jobs, but I will admit I have no desire to get aroused with the kidney inside me. You guys are so bad, so bad. What we'll do is we will do this for Mo whenever she gets in here. Hi, little D. Hi, little D. Yes, the corruption runs deep in this county.
Did you check the website to see that it was not being violated?
No, sir.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter. So crazy. Judge gonna shuffle around some papers some more. I guess this is what they do whenever they're nervous.
Redacted copy in an effort where, Your Honor.
All right, here we go.
I will make the court aware, Your Honor, that we have ordered an unredacted copy in an effort to provide the court with the information as to whether there was a violation of any confidentiality, because as the court pointed out, that may matter.
Well, I'm assuming for the purpose of this hearing that nothing confidential was distributed.
No, nothing was.
That really wasn't in my mind when it's the process that's meant to protect confidential information and the manner in which that is received by the attorney who has a choice. You can always get a redacted copy because it's the court's responsibility to do the redacting.
Yes.
So I don't know. That would require me to go through and make that decision because the court redacts. It is the court's responsibility. It's not your ability to go through and say, well, I'll give you this and this and this. It's the court that would go through and say, okay, we would have that, but I don't have that ability when those who are responsible for that to redact when an unredacted copy is requested, which can be requested. I don't control that. You're allowed to have it, but you must agree that you won't disseminate it in order to get it. Yes. And while other people may be allowed to get it as well, other individuals may be allowed to get it. Once you sign it, you're agreeing, I won't disseminate it. I won't give it to anybody. The fact that someone else has the right to get it, they can go through the same process and get it. But they have to make the same agreement that they will not disseminate.
They don't have to.
Otherwise, to interpret it any other way, to say, well, there are 10 people out here that can get this, are entitled to get it. I'm going to go get it. Now I'm going to give it to all 10 of them. Now they can do with it whatever they want. They didn't have to sign anything. They didn't. Well, that would be an impossible way to read the rule, to allow individuals to obviate the clear purpose of the rule by distributing it to individuals who may be entitled to get it if they agree that they will not disseminate it, but they have to agree to do that. And that's really the why I can't see how anyone could read it and think I can give it to someone. Well, yeah, they're entitled to get it, but they have to get it the same way you did, by agreeing to the same conditions that you did. Otherwise, the court would have no ability to control whatsoever what happened.
They're not supposed to.
With the copies. So unredacted information or confidential information would be out there.
And you'll be held liable if you use somebody's confidential information.
Had I ordered a redacted copy, there would be no issue.
There'd be no issue. No, absolutely not. Redacted is, there's no requirement against prohibition. There's no requirement. You don't have to sign that because it's all of that has been removed.
And guess what, Judge? There's no difference in between the two. There's no difference in between what was redacted, because there was nothing that needed to be redacted. There's no difference between the two. They're exactly the same. There was no personal information given out. There was no like address or social security number or telephone numbers. Those are the kinds of things that they want to redact. They want to make sure that that stuff gets removed. And Lynette's, yes, Lynette is already put her in for out there anyway. Exactly. And nobody, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Nobody should be going and harassing Lynette. They should be harassing her husband, boyfriend, whatever, children, anyone that she does business with. They shouldn't be harassing with the Hales. They shouldn't be given, be going after them. You should just, let these people do their thing. Shouldn't be going after the judge. Shouldn't be going after the attorneys. Shouldn't be doing any of that stuff. Let them work this out and just sit back, eat your popcorn, and watch the shit show. That is the thing to do. But the minute that you post something nasty to Lynette, she's gonna turn that into something outrageous. I know you guys are much better than that, but these people are psycho. You don't even want to, yeah. Let it get it done legally. That is the best way to do it. It has to be done legally.
And so, no, there would not be a problem there.
Well, I
And
sincerely-
This is the chief judge. This judge is over Craig DeThomas's.
Mm-hmm.
And as you heard him say, no, unredacted videos are free game. Well, Craig
There you
DeThomas told me, no, you may not put out any more court videos. Well, his boss says that you can do whatever you want with them. They're free game. Go ahead. No problem. And that's why you continue to see these court hearings. And yeah, they're unredacted, which is the exact same as redacted. And
I look at this,
redacted, which is the exact same as unredacted.
I look at this, again, this is a very important, regardless of whether or not, whatever.
Very important, but
my opinion might be about this particular case, which really I don't know enough about it to have a great opinion, other than it does, the nature of the case would stand out to me in terms of this type of information, to be on guard about it. But otherwise, to me, the Supreme Court thinks this is a significant issue and that this information is to be protected. And they basically require this. And the court's administrative order simply tracks the requirement of the Supreme Court in relationship to this. It's not.
she won't.
So this court is only doing what the Supreme Court has directed should be done. And I believe the language fairly tracks that of the Supreme Court.
Yes, federal.
So I don't, maybe they will agree that their language is not clear, but should they be
Judge, stop drooling on yourself.
asked to review their.
What is this? This right here is the latest information that the Hales released out. This is hearing number 6. This is his attorney Feathers that was called in and is being given the riot act. So getting a wrist slap, that's exactly what it is. And speaking of wrist slaps, we all love to get a little bit of wrist slap, here every so often. So why don't we just give it like a nice little one like this. Welcome.
Y'all, that is my current mood. Y'all, I've got to tell you, I just did an angry phone call, but there is a rumor going around that one of the girls one of my daughter's friends, they were friends last summer, and she has some videos, and one of the videos has my daughter without pants on, and she's been showing it around the school. And I basically said to the mom, no. She's like, I don't even know. I haven't seen the video. And I said, look, here's the deal, sweetheart. We have 2 options. You take care of this tonight, or the police will take care of this tomorrow, because that is child porn. That is, propagation of child porn, that's revenge porn. Indiana has some laws about this, so you wanna take care of this or I'm gonna call the police tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because she tried to therapist speak to me, and y'all, I'm still
No,
shaken because
no,
I'm so
ooh,
pissed off.
no,
I am
don't let them do that to you. The therapist bullshit.
sh
Mm.
I was just like she's like, "Well, what do you" I'm so I listen, I'm hearing you and I respect you, and I say, "I don't think you understand. This
You
is
don't
illegal."
understand the gravity of the situation?
I was like, This is illegal on several fronts. You take care of it now, it gets taken care of by you. You tell me exactly who saw all of this, and I might still file a report. I
Exactly, to
am
make sure that it's never shown again. And if
I
it is, somebody gets their ass arrested for showing it.
I
You should still file a
Shizzy,
report.
oh, I'm gonna file a
Absolutely.
report tomorrow. I'm 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 just I found out about this, like, right before my stream, and then I called the mom because I was like, "Listen, Imma tell you this once, I don't look good in orange."
Yeah. That was her daughter.
But
What should you do? Yeah, to go
oh,
hog wild on them. Yeah,
yeah.
you don't play that stuff whenever kids are involved in that kind of stuff.
No. No.
You know,
I
and a
that's
lot of
what I
kids are
told her.
doing it because they think it's funny because, well, it is funny in certain situations. You know, back whenever you were, 15 years old, it
Yeah.
was funny whenever you didn't realize, the implications in this internet day and age of what can happen.
Yeah, and I was like, it
Hmm.
Shizzy, I didn't curse, but I
Oh, I'm
basically
so
said,
surprised.
I
But this is a safe place. You can curse all you want to here. You know that, right?
okay, that thunder cunt was like, I listen and I respect you, and, I just pulled into my driveway. I just found out about this at work, and I haven't even seen a video." I'm like, "Well, allegedly, it's on Snapchat, and you need to take care of it,
It
because
needs to
I
be
will be
gone.
filing a police report, and they will do a warrant or a subpoena for the phone, and they will look at your cloud. So even if she tries to delete it, it'll be there, and I am not playing. I am not
Yeah.
playing." And she's like, "Okay, I hear you 100% loud and clear." Now, this is a mother that, somehow her daughter never does anything wrong. So I told Scott, I told Mr. Mo, I was like, "Imma catch a case tonight." It's like, "I'm gonna go full IPS,
Oh,
public schools."
we've got the one for you. We've got the one for
Oh,
you. You have not seen anything yet, and we're going to save the rest of this until after we watch some. Now we'll give you just a brief glimpse of it because and I won't even try to explain. I'm gonna let this play out because there's been people watching it and they need to see this. So
okie dokie.
if you're not caught up, don't worry about it because I will catch you up at the end of the show tonight before we end tonight.
Prohibition, but that'll be, you will be entitled to appeal this court's decision. You have 30 days to file a notice of appeal. The court adjudicates you guilty of contempt, and I'm ordering that you pay a $500 fine. And at this point, the court is going to continue its restriction that you may not order unredacted copies unless another attorney signs off that you understand so that you will not violate the prohibition. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be adjourned.
While Chief Judge Mosley ordered verbally.
So this is What the Hales. If you haven't heard of What the Hales, you are
I
about to
I
find
have
out tonight.
I have heard, well, I know that, MG Law did something and it exploded.
Yeah, and I was there whenever he did because
We might
I was
could
I
need
was
a GoFundMe for my bail fund, I'm just saying.
he goes, "Hey, how about you come on, it's our regular evening kind of stuff where we get together and we go over some stuff.
Yeah.
I got this new one that I've been sort of talking about and checking out, and he starts playing it. I'm like, oh my freaking God, this is insane. And before that stream ended, I mean, it was just constant amount of people were just in there in chat, and they were all respectful, kind, just wonderful people, just like coming in and providing information. And the more that I've seen, I'm just like, oh my God, you've seen nothing, absolutely nothing yet until you see what this lady is. And we'll get to it at the end of it. At the end of it, it's only a 26-minute video, but we're going to get caught up on some of the Sadie Beacham, because tomorrow is going to be a political stream. So if you guys don't like
Woohoo!
politics and you don't like hearing anything about politics, do not tune in tomorrow, because it is going to be nothing but politics. And we'll probably go over some of the the case with that, just to bide time, because there's got to be something that you got to do, in between, watching the results on Super Tuesday. So tomorrow is going to be a Super Tuesday stream. It's going to be insane. Once I get done tonight, I set up my morning stream. And once I'm done
Woohoo!
tomorrow morning, I set up my evening stream, because Rumble only lets me set up one stream at a time. I freaking hate it. And of course, I may get kicked off of YouTube, so I have to have the Rumble stream set up for that. Gotta love it.
Hey, Shizzy, it's a good thing I'm going to see, my new therapist tomorrow.
Oh, this is gonna be awesome. They're gonna love you
Oh,
tomorrow.
oh, the shit show I'm gonna bring into that office.
Oh, oh my gosh. That's gonna be insane. That is gonna be so insane. Just to watch
Yeah.
how I don't be a fly on the wall, but I don't want to know that much information.
Well,
You know,
considering that
myself.
the, paperwork asked my pronouns and I left that completely blank, and then it asked my race and I put human, um, pretty sure that they're gonna if anyone's ever seen that Daria episode where they send the mom to, like that mental health thing to see if she's gonna be a good CEO, and Daria filled out the questionnaire and they had all the people with the hug jackets out, and, uh, you know, the mom had to say, "No, she just has a really weird sense of humor. You don't need the hug jackets."
Yeah. Yeah, anytime, the kids are filming other kids doing things, that back whenever we were young, we might have done some like inappropriate things,
Yeah.
maybe snap pictures of girls in the bathroom or something like that. I don't think I ever did that. But that was something that was like, it wasn't spread across the multimedia that went from town to town to town to town to town within seconds. I mean, within milliseconds, you can have that all of that information spread to, every country in the United in the world. Like within milliseconds, it can be out there. And then getting it removed is almost impossible. But anybody viewing it, they could go to jail and spend some serious time. And there's some countries that have some, mm, yeah, yeah. And of course, we get our asses in trouble whenever we did stuff like that, but not to the level of the CP. That's just bad.
Well, that's what, I mean, that's just what I tried to convey because I want it deleted. I want the police called so she realizes how serious this is. I'm
So she
calling
doesn't
the
do it again.
school. She needs to realize that this is not for funsies. This is not a funsies thing. Kids are getting, wrapped up for this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And 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 it's my daughter. It's my daughter and don't do it. How about that?
got to protect
Thank
her
you,
innocence
Debbie.
every which way that you can. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
and she came to me and she actually came to me and she was really upset. So, you don't make my daughter upset. I get to make my daughter upset. That's my job. It's not your job.
Yeah, and all of you that are
Any whoozle.
new to
Sorry, guys. I'm
no,
venting. I am
no, we're gonna help you out with this. So everybody that's new here to my channel, a lot of you, I've got a lot of new folks over the past few days that have come over from MGs, came over from What the Hales, came over from Megan, the real Megan Fox. all of you people are so welcome here, and
Oh, yeah.
Mo is really awesome. She's got a wonderful channel. She does newsy news in the morning. She does newsy news at night, except on Wednesdays and mostly through the
Fridays.
weekend and Fridays. So
On Fridays, generally, people have, night streams, and I don't wanna step on toes, so
right.
that's
I
what
think you should I
now
think you should step on some toes because your stuff is really good. And you're only doing it for an hour, and you can send them off on their merry little way. But if you just need the time off, then take the time off.
I might record stuff, that's what I'm planning to do
Mhm.
Wednesday. I just it was hard to do newsy news today and be kind of cheerful when I knew I had to call someone and
Chew
be
their
the
asses out.
angry
Putting
look,
it
Scott,
lightly.
Mr. Mo stopped me from going over there
Mm. Good job,
because
Mr.
that would have
Mo.
been bad.
Yeah, I could kudos to Mr. Mo for stopping you from going over there, especially whenever you're carrying a 9 iron and a baseball bat that just might have barbed wire wrapped around it and calling it
I
Lucille.
mean
I mean,
I
it's like,
mean, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
I mean, allegedly in Minecraft. The problem is they live in the neighborhood. So she did it to another girl that lives right across the street. So it's not
Oh,
only my daughter, but it's another girl, and it's just like so the other girl's mom and I have been talking, and I'm like, "Ooh." We were both shaking with rage. We were just like,
yes. Yes. Yeah, raised 4 children, 2 stepkids, and what was that? And 2 18-year-old kids. Stupid parents tossed them in the streets, making them homeless for 18th birthday. Mine did that. Just so you know, that was my mother. Her idea was that as soon as you turned 18, she couldn't collect any food stamps off of you anymore, and you were worthless to her. So there you go. That was my childhood growing up. So imagine at 15, whenever I saw the opportunity and enlisted in the military, that I didn't take that opportunity and get the hell out of Dodge really damn quick. Because that was the type of person my mother was. She did it to my older brother, did it to my older sister. I was the next one coming up, and I was like, "You know what? There's got to be a way that I can get out of this shithole a lot faster." And that's what I did. Enlisted in the military at 15, got my GED. It was shown to me at 16. I had all the paperwork done, and then 2 days before I was supposed to go to basic, I got hit by a car and snapped my leg into. Isn't that beautiful?
"Oh, no."
That's okay. I only had to wait for about I don't know, it was about 10 weeks or something like that. So I was supposed to leave in September. I left February the 3rd, I believe is what it was. Ended up in Fort Jackson, South Carolina instead of Fort Dix, which was probably a good thing because I could not imagine Fort
Relax
Dix
in
in the
Jackson?
wintertime. Yeah, relax in
That's
Jackson.
where I was.
Oh, nice.
Unfortunately, I failed basic because, look, when you're a fluffy kid and, you might could not be a runner, and then you start running even in the slow group, my ankle was like, "No, thank you. We're
Ah,
done."
oh, yeah, we had a few guys that happened with. They sectioned 8 out. It happens. We had one guy with back issues that was almost all the way through basic whenever he did something, and they were just like, "Yeah, you you're worthless to us. We can't use you. Bye. See ya." They section 8 him out. It's a medical discharge. A lot of times
Yeah.
a lot of times section 8 is like mental incapabilities, but it's just a medical discharge. But I didn't have to worry about that. I did 4 years, and they got a general discharge, and they got an honorable. Mine was and I was gone by 19. You know, I was done with my military service by the time before I turned 21, and I was I was happy to be out of the military. Not that I didn't enjoy my time there and learn a hell of a lot, and make some good friends, and learn a lot of damn skills, but um, I recommended to my nephew that ended up going to Afghanistan not to enlist. Um, so he was stationed in Afghanistan for I think 3 or 4 tours, something like that. 2 or 3, something. I don't know. It's been a while since I talked with him. Of course, I also told him not to get any tattoos. He didn't listen to me with that either. It's just whatever. you know, Kids are gonna kid. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, look, if I had all the wisdom, um, that I have now, and I went back to my 20s, I would not have made so many dumb decisions, but I also wouldn't have half of my children. So, you
Sure.
know, sometimes dumb decisions are the best things ever. I mean,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
and it, and making mistakes is how we learn. Look, I don't want this girl's life to be derailed.
Right.
Not at all. She's made a mistake, but I want her to understand the seriousness of it because you are playing with other people's lives and you are also playing with the dignity of other people.
Right.
And this is beyond mean girl, like burn book stuff.
Yeah, and
This is bad.
you're also looking at the potential of somebody somebody seeing that and seeing this neighborhood as prime hunting grounds.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So
And kids don't think about that. Kids
no, they
don't
don't.
think about,
They're innocent in this
yeah.
kind of stuff.
And it's just, look, kids make mistakes. Kids do silly things. And I can give people grace. What I can't give grace to is the parent right now. But I'm sure in a couple days, as the world's worst Christian and greatest grudge holder, or months or years, I will be able to not want to yell thunder cunt as people roll down the street or train Fry to poop in their yard.
No, hold it just a little while longer. Come on, Frat. Come on. Nope.
Come
Hold
on,
it longer.
come on. I would, except their house is up a hill, and I don't do hills well. But I would be willing to train in work, y'all. I'm just saying. Like, Mr. Mo's
Oh,
could be like,
John.
"Why are you doing squats?" I'm like, "I'm walking up that hill. You have no idea."
Mhm. Your dad was buried 70% unsurvivable, saving 20 people a day before he was supposed to leave for basic training. He had 12 kids after. Yep. And just John, I do hope you are feeling better today. And it says there was a PSA years ago, warning kids against stuff like that. Yeah, it got really serious really quick whenever you start putting that stuff out there. Husband did 20 years, 2 tours in Afghanistan, no tattoos. Yeah, my nephew was in for 6 years. He actually married his high school sweetheart. Turned out that she liked everybody much more than him.
It
So
happens. You have
he
those.
he packed up everything, and he is now living, I believe, in Michigan, and he married a nurse, and they have their first baby. Um,
Oh,
and it's
congrats.
absolutely wonderful. Yeah, it was really
Look,
good. Congrats on
first
them.
marriages are starter marriages in my family. They're kind of like rental house. You flip them.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
funny. I was going through the paperwork because you have to fill out all this stupid paperwork, and they're like, list past traumas, and they only give you 4 lines. And it was like,
You're drawing
I'm gonna
extra
need a whole
lines,
different paper. I'm gonna need a whole
writing on the
different
back,
paper.
writing on the
I,
back,
yeah.
single spaced.
I was like, there is not enough room. Do you have extra paper?
Yeah, yeah.
But, everyone has these things, and I'm not unique, and I'm
No.
hoping that, you know,
That
it just
your mistakes and your failures and your successes that people learn from. That is one thing that I think is beautiful about you, Mo, because you don't sit there and look at yourself as a victim, except for in the moment. Yes, I was victimized, or I was screwed over, or I screwed myself over, and I'm learning as I go. We're not perfect, but are we able to learn from mistakes, traumas, the bullshit that we went through? I think that everybody deserves like second chances, but you know some people, whenever
and
you go third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh chance and you haven't really learned your lesson, and maybe it's time to give them the
yeah, I
smackdown.
mean, it's taken me I will say, it has taken me nearly 18 years to give people that are struggling with addiction grace,
Yeah.
because it was really hard to live with someone with addiction. But I have seen really beautiful stories of people fighting their addiction,
Hmm.
and, it's gotten easier to give people
Yeah.
grace.
It is. It is. It's hard to give that person grace that was, a little bit of a butt, or more than a little bit of a butt. Speaking of a little bit of a butt, let's get into
But
this Zach Anderson
yeah,
stuff here.
yes, I am.
Farms leaking, fucking everything. Have you ever followed her down here? Never followed her down here. When you dropped your phone, you said you dropped her phone or somehow the phone ended up in her car or something. She accused you of
Using a tracker, right?
okay, using it as a tracker.
Of a tracker, right?
Um, Were you able to track your phone? I mean, were you able to go online or your cloud or I don't know, is it an iPhone? Is it a Samsung? I don't even know what.
No, it's a Cricket, but no, I couldn't. I had to call the carrier to figure out where the cell phone was last. And so when I called the carrier, they said it was in North Kenosha on 5-8 or something like that. And I was like, okay, well, Kenosha, that's where Sadie's boyfriend lives. So when I called Sadie and she denied it, and I'm like, well, it would be awfully coincidental that the day I lose my cell phone, the carrier can verify that it went down to Kenosha. So it's got to be in your vehicle. So then she let me come over and look through her vehicle. And I'm like, I mean, come on. If it goes down to Kenosha, it's got to be here somewhere. In short, she stole it and she wouldn't give it back to me unless I said that I was tracking her. And then I said, fine, I was tracking you, whatever. Can I have the phone back? She's like, finally some truth. She gives me the phone back. And I'm like, I wasn't fucking tracking you. Thank you for the phone back. And then she got all shitty with me. She's like, oh, now you change your story because you get the phone back. You were all nice in the first place. And I'm like, yeah, because I wanted the fucking cell phone back, not because I was trying to track you. Because if I was trying to track you, I put the fucking app on there like the carrier told me to do because otherwise you got to call in for it, and I'm like, you can call the carrier yourself and you can see. And when she gave me the cell phone back, I unlocked it for her so she could see it and make sure that there were no recordings and that there was no tracking shit on there.
How long after your phone was lost did you get it back?
Monday, almost on Friday, I got it back over the weekend or something like that, yeah. Which,
you don't know if you got a cloud app of some sort. You can go on there and just erase that. Right?
I don't.
Be on it.
Well, let's be honest, I use a fucking flip phone most of the time. I didn't know that. I don't.
Okay. I'm not saying you did that. I'm just saying, well, I mean, I didn't. I could
Wait,
my
now
phone
we're
and show
asking
it, hey, there's nothing on
questions?
here.
No,
Yeah, no, they're asking questions in a loaded manner is what they're doing.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is they're saying, well, you can do this, right? You can do this, right? You can do this, right? He's just like, I guess I don't know what you're getting at, but sure. I mean, anything's possible. I could, win the 100-meter relay and, in the
One
Olympics.
sec. I think Fry got left out of my room, so now he's whining because
Oh,
mommy's
I'll
not
hold off
here.
for you. We'll hold off. No, you're saying he did that. You prick. Exactly. That is exactly what the point is that he's making. He's trying to make it sound like, yes, his explanation was more logical than Sadie's bullshit. Yes. And his explanation is pretty straightforward. He's not having to look back at his phone. Oh, well, she said, I said, she said. He's going, yeah. I mean, she made me stand there and admit that, I was tracking her. And it's just like, sure, fine, I was tracking you. Can I get my damn phone back? She gives her phone back. I knew it. Yeah. He's like, yeah, that's bullshit. I just wanted to get my phone back. See you, bye. That makes sense to me. That's the kind of shit that I would say. It's just like anything just to end the fucking argument so I get my phone back so I can go on with my day. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Look, when you deal with someone like Sadie, it's just it's just easier to agree. It's just,
But
I
it's
mean,
not.
you saw
In the long run, it's not. And
it's
will.
not. No.
In the short term, he should what he should have done is called the police and said, she stole my phone and she won't give it back. I need to file a
But he's
report.
also
Because
learned that the police don't take his side.
doesn't matter. I would have still done it anyway. I don't care if the police take
Yeah.
my side. At least I have it on record of me calling the police, a record of me saying that she stole a piece of property from me, and let the cops show up. I'm telling you right now, you don't engage psychotic, because they've had like decades of doing this, and they always win. They always win because they are manipulative, and manipulative people always win constantly.
I didn't know. Okay. Well, you work for a phone company. Who'd you work for?
AT&T.
It's a
Through a
line.
cellular store or through a hardline or?
No, I was a network technical specialist that handled the national critical infrastructure between the United States and Japan. So
Yeah, he's basically working line. That's it. Like there's
Well, but do they know what a network specialist, or do they think he was a coding hacker genius black
yeah, that's
hat
what they
guy?
think. He's a coding hacker, but no, that's
Jesus.
not what you do whenever you work for AT. Yeah, no, Jesus, stupid.
Okay.
undersea fiber optic cable.
Okay. Oh, okay. So
Undersea
you
Nothing
fiber
to do with that.
right. Right. Okay. Gotcha.
That's a really small paper to take notes on. I guess he doesn't
All
really
right.
care
Can you
about
just give us a couple
notes.
minutes? We'll be right back. Need some more water or anything?
Yeah, I'll take some more water then.
All right. We'll be right back.
I'm saying,
Well, and here's the thing. In the U.S., it would be a civil matter, except because this is for the folks that don't know a whole lot about this. Okay, so Zachariah Anderson is in prison. Okay, he's serving multiple sentences for
Yes.
stalking, for murder, for hiding a body, for abusing a body. 2 counts of stalking. Sorry, I take that back. It's several counts, different counts for different things. Okay, there's a person that disappeared. They have no evidence, no blood, no body. Everything is pure speculation. It was on a testimony done by his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend or squeeze or whatever you might call her, baby mama. His ex came in and did an interview and accused him of doing this. They have no evidence tying him to this person disappearing whatsoever. And so they're relying on all of her information. And right now, what they are doing is they're giving an interview after she's given them a statement, laying out this whole framework of all of the possible things that he could have done and how he could have done it, accusing him of stalking her and all these kinds of things. And so they've brought him, thinking that they've got him for this murder with no body. All they found was some blood in an apartment. And it was his ex that found the blood in the apartment and called the police and accused him of it. So that's where we're at with this. Okay. So we've already gone through the whole trial. The trial, it'll be a year anniversary this month. It'll be a year that the trial completed. And I know that there's going to be a few streamers that are probably going to play the trial from beginning to end. And also all the Wrongful podcast has all of a lot of the information on this. This is something that we're, a lot of people are involved trying to get this guy to get his appeal, to be able to appeal this, because you had a crooked DA, a judge that was incompetent to actually be serving as a judge. He was going through mental stress or whatever it was. And so they're trying to get this thing overturned through appeal. That's the only option that they have left at this point. They're already preparing not only for this appeal, but for the appeal to follow this up because of the shenanigans that went on in Kenosha. All right. And by the way, it's the same judge that Rittenhouse was involved with, the same judge on this. So those people that don't know, he actually had to come out of retirement to handle this case, because every other judge recused themselves from it.
It is a stark difference. If you watch the Zachariah Anderson case versus the Rittenhouse case, you will question, and I only got to the opening statements, but you will question how this man is even allowed to be a judge. That's a good idea. I'm going to get myself a drink too.
Oh, here's the problem, George. Here's the problem, Georgina. Innocent Project does not come in and help out until after the second appeal. They will not come in. They will not handle anything until after the second appeal. So he has to get through the first appeal and be prepared for the second appeal before the Innocent Project will actually get involved. And listen to the wrongful. Thank you very much, Jamie, for that.
Yeah.
Listen to the
Awesome.
wrongful
Yes. Thank
podcast.
you.
They go through all of this, and also you've got
A Maui
uh,
mule.
MLS, which is Making Law Simple. He still has that stuff up there.
Yeah.
For going through this entire case and how disappointed people were in all of this. Veilhammer Media is the one that came in and updated the audio on this so the sound would be much better, so you could understand what was going on. And yes, that's absolutely, don't ever worry about being late in this at all. Don't ever. It's absolutely fine. This is something that's been going on for almost a year now, ever since he was convicted with no evidence.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's if you watch it live, you will. I mean, watch it this. I will be covering this at a later point in time. I'll be going over this case from beginning to end. It'll probably take up most of my nights, and I may have guests or whatever. I don't know. It's just because it's so damn screwy, and insane that he's even in prison for this. It just, yeah, it's horrible, and it is really complicated, and it also makes you wonder whenever you see things like what we're going to see with Lynette, of where our justice system is lying. You get 3 appeals in Great Britain. Yeah, well, see, first you have your superior court, then it goes to appeals, and then it goes. There's multiple like courts that you have to go through before you get to like the Supreme Court of the United States. You know, hopefully it doesn't make it that far.
Guys, whatever I did go chase about Sadie, man, I'm not stalking her. You know, I mean, it's fine. She's got a right to go her own direction. You know, I seen that she's got a boyfriend, not just pretending we're going to get back together so she can get shit out of me. I don't know what the fuck's going on with her behavior, but I really can't account for her. Really, you know, I can't account for her shit. As far as our daughter goes, our daughter looks to protect her mom, and me.
Well, like I said, man, if she listen, she's talking shit about you the whole time.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
So she wasn't. She talked you up. She started out talking you up, and
No,
she's 12.
didn't make you look good. And these aren't things that are like,
she's
hey,
manipulative.
I'm just going to throw this out there and fuck with the detective. I mean, this is shit that a 13-year-old
Did the
girl is gonna
detective
make
not
up on
hear
top of her head.
she lied about leukemia?
Yeah, she lied about having leukemia so she could get out of doing homework for 2 weeks. And so how quickly do appeals take? Well, here's the thing. First of all, you got to come up with the money for the appeal. And because Judge Schrader liked to opine quite a bit, the way that an appeal happens here is whenever you can basically file for an appeal, a request for appeal. And what they do is they send the clerk of that court will tally up all of the court fees that it would cost. And so what it is all the documentation, all of the live recordings, everything that needs to be redacted, all of the court reporters' fees, all of that stuff gets put into one package. And then you basically have to pay that amount just to get it sent to the clerk of appeals. And once you get it sent to the clerk of appeals, they will send you back a thing that says everything looks like it's in order. We'll take your case, and then they will hear that in appeals. But you have to remember, going into appeals, you've already lost. All right, you've already lost once. All you have to, so going into appeals, you have to figure out, well, was there anything that was shady about what was going on? That's pretty much what you're having to prove, and that's a high proof of burden to do. Years, 5, yeah, could easily be 5 years. Her testifying someone pointed a pew pew, hurt Zach. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Traveling Fools? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, it's definitely not fast enough. Yeah, it's insane the craziness that you have to tolerate here in the U.S.
Man, I don't know. I don't think so.
I appreciate your skepticism because honestly, I felt that way too. I really wanted to take her at face value because she'd tell half.
Oh, that's a little bit, that's different, dude.
What is going on? Oh yeah, they're
To lie about that. I get
so if it's muted, it's not me. They mute it whenever at certain points whenever it's giving away information. This is redacted. So David got a copy of it. He redacted things out of there, like AO's name, redacted out phone numbers, addresses, conversations of certain that would discuss certain people. Those things were cut out of there, so that way nobody would be doxxed or anything like that. And this is a perfect example of shadiness with these officers that are questioning him about something he has no idea, and it'll become clear towards the end.
it.
No, she lies for her mom's sake. She lies for my sake, trying to play some game too. It's not, I understand you talk to her, but
So she might play games back and forth with you guys. That's what a normal kid does, man.
Again, why is
game
this
one up
cop-
on parents?
yeah,
This cop is, her story changed like 3 times. She wanted to go full Nancy Drew. She was loving the attention. And the cop's like, no, she's the pinnacle of honesty. No, she's not. She is, look, she's a typical 12-year-old who's playing 2 parents that are separated against each other. And right now she's with mom. Now, if she was with dad, she'd probably say mom was doing lines on the counter.
Yep.
And, screwing a bunch of dudes.
Yeah,
But she was with mom.
Because mom had a nice little coke habit that she was working on, and daughter was being exposed to multiple boyfriends that might have been coming in and out of Shady Sadie's bedroom.
Get it.
So
But when
I
you're
don't
sitting in
understand why
room-
he's taking just her word as biblical law and truth.
Well,
It
because he
doesn't make
doesn't know
sense.
any better. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know because he's had run-ins with the cops before. How many run-ins has she had with the cops?
It's still a 12-year-old. It's still a 12-year-old child who didn't get, interviewed by a forensic interviewer,
Psychologist. Yeah.
but got interviewed with her mom there. After she'd been with her mom being all Twitter pated. Look,
What's up,
I-
expert?
hey, expert. Look, Shady burns my biscuits, frosts my flakes, and scorches my grits because, look,
And
you
I'm
are
here in
not
the
a
South. We
widow.
don't scorch grits. That's just a bad idea. That
I
means
know.
you're not doing it right.
You are not a widow. Stop wearing it like a costume. It is gross and disgusting for those of us who actually went through it. Stop. And you don't wear goddamn sunglasses in a courtroom on your head when you're testifying. What is wrong
Unless
with
you're the
people?
expert. The expert, he
Well,
wears
the
them over his
expert
eyes
wears
because
sunglasses inside, and he has it's somewhere in a subsection of the Constitution, like right under the
Yes.
19th Amendment.
it says expert has
Lefty,
to wear
I am in a
sunglasses.
mood. I am in a mood. I will just nope. Shizzy
Yeah,
said I could say whatever I want,
yes, you
and
can.
I'm a gonna. But uh, she wears this costume of grieving, and it is so gross, and it really touched a nerve with this case and that name that she is sitting over here like she has lost something. Fuck you sideways, ma'am. You were never 24 and suddenly alone with a 18-month-old and a 5-month-old, and basically losing your house because your husband didn't pay any of the
Utilities
mortgage.
or the mortgage or anything that was supposed to
Yeah.
keep you sustained. Yeah.
So excuse me if I'm a little upset that and I know it's ironic for a person that wears wigs and costume all the time, but that you're wearing my identity as a costume. You are gross and disgusting, and I'm trying not to hate people, but if I could send you to Snake Island,
You would buy her a one-way ticket.
I would cover her in rats too, but that's probably a bad idea.
Maybe just
They'd be
maybe just
dead.
peanut butter. Maybe just peanut butter.
God, I can't even think about peanut butter after that toe-licking story.
Oh, God. We'll talk about that later.
Oh my God.
She might play games back and forth
Jesus
with
in
you
heaven,
guys.
what
the kid does,
level
man.
of hell
That's
have
what
I
you do.
landed
It's your
in?
game.
This one.
Well, yeah, but with that story, I was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, I'm ready.
See, I
I'm
let
ready
Mo
for
on
that
here
death
so she
meteor.
gets spicy because she doesn't get spicy like this on her channel. I let her drop all of the. This is where Mo comes and she can unload all of her political beliefs, anything that she wants to say. If she wants to say the F word, she's more than welcome to say it. I hold no objection to any of that
And
because
you guys,
this is
remember,
my safe
Super
space.
Tuesday is tomorrow. If you are undecided, Mo for president. Just
Oh God,
get
yes,
me a
I have that
Wikipedia
too.
page. That's all I ask is I want like 10 of you to write me in and then CNN to be like, and Mo in the Deep End got more than or got more
Yeah.
than Nikki Haley.
Here's we're going to
It
show
would be
everybody
beautiful.
so they can see your
Platform. Vocational schools for all children, no more going to college. We're defunding all the private schools that have endowments until the endowment is under that, level. I'm stopping the Federal Department of Education because 75% of students aren't reading at grade level and their math is not there either. And I am going to make an executive order that no unions, public unions, can add any money to federal elections or in elections anywhere. If I'm willing to compromise with the Young Turks. If we want dark money out of politics, then keep the union money out too.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Let's see. I'll work on disbanding the FBI, but look, the last 2 guys that did that, Imma need my own security, okay?
That's
Just
not
saying that we don't
FBI.
need the we don't need the CIA to pull a hat trick.
Absolutely not.
But when you're sitting in a room with a police officer, mom wasn't in here, man. It was just me.
Right.
Mine one-on-one. Just tell me what's going on. You're stuck in the middle. You're in a shitty spot. It is. It's stuck to be a kid in the spot, right?
You're the
Just tell me the
spouse. Just
truth,
don't get a
right?
Trump wig.
Some woman moved in the car and she's saying that they're not because they should have moved in.
No, she even went as far as to say that the boys, she got home and one of them messed her pants. And I mean, why is she making this stuff up? Like, why is she going that far to make things up?
One of them did mess their pants that night. That's true. But
I mean, I don't think this
They're
is something
kids.
she's going to get confused about, man. And
well, I don't think it's something I'm going to get confused about. So I hear what you're saying, but something's not adding up.
You are to make yourself look better. I get it.
And make herself look
Okay,
better.
did they do the
She had no advantage. There was no advantage.
Starbright on his phone
I think they
or
did everything.
Cellbrite?
Yeah, I think they did
So
everything and there
did
was nothing to find. That's what I'm
okay,
saying. They didn't
so
find there was no
so
evidence
he
found.
wasn't even in the areas when they said he was stalking?
Nope.
How the
I mean,
flippin'
he
flippity
admits
flapperdies did
he went
he
over to their house. Okay, so he admits that he went over to her house because he wanted to see who this guy was that she was seeing. He loaded up the kids, the oldest daughter, the 2 little ones, went over there, looks in, goes, "Oh, great. Yeah, okay, so this is who she's seeing," and he's like out of there. Now, if he went through his truck, I don't know anything about that. Maybe he admits to it here later on, but I haven't seen all of his interview. So I'm just like assuming that, he admits, yeah, I went over there, I had the kids, but he was trying to get information because he's trying to get custody of his kids. And the only way that you can do that is get information about what's going on with this person, who they're seeing. Is this a safe person to have around my 12-year-old daughter? Or is this some, CP guy that I'm going to have to be worried about that's going to, take advantage of my 12-year-old daughter? Who knows what's going on through his head at this point in time? I mean, he's got a girlfriend. He's not worried about that. He doesn't want to get back with Sadie. He's got better things. His life has moved on,
Well,
except for
that's
these
what I'm
kids that
saying.
he's trying to look out for.
Sadie made it seem like he would buy every day if they had the Cellbrite stuff and he was never around there. I mean, I know they can argue that he purposely left his phone at home since he has a flip phone so he couldn't be tracked.
Like I said, he could have easily, with a different jury, he could have easily had them say, okay, we're finding you guilty of stalking, but we don't have any evidence that you did any of this other stuff. So yeah, we'll give you time served for stalking, okay, which is like misdemeanor kind of bullshit, but they've got no proof of anything else. So Sadie's yeah, he was Sadie's the one time, but other than that, nothing. Yeah. Bring me Chink Uger tied up with a big ribbon on his head, dressed in a dick suit. that's what he wants for your campaign.
No, he wants a bull or a horse. I can't remember, but
Man,
Ching,
he is into
just
beasties.
come here, sweetie. Come over here to Mama Mo. Don't fucking talk about bestiality on the internet. The
Yeah.
internets never forget. The fuck were you thinking?
Yeah, he's not the smartest cookie in the roasting pan.
To her telling me this.
Although it
There was
is
nothing
hilarious,
that
though.
she admitted, and there was no.
There's no advantage to her lying about stealing
She's by
herself
herself.
too, but she still does. And it's like, well, it's what she perceives, she thinks is,
But she admits that to us. Like, she doesn't like deny it.
Yeah.
She talks about what she did. Like, yeah, here's what I did to us. Obviously, let's be honest. I mean, the kids, they're gonna lie to their parents. It is what it is. Maybe it's because
she lies to the school, she lied to the cops, she lied to fucking everybody, man. I like you guys' faith in her. That's great, but
she's in trouble.
No, even when she's not in trouble. Look, you guys haven't been with this shit the last 2 weeks, so I'm just telling you, it's been a circus trying to sort what's true and what's not out of my daughter's mouth the last couple of weeks. And for something like that, I think it really comes down to what she perceives is right, culpable or whatever. I don't think, I know I like to have faith in what my daughter said, but this whole thing, like I wanted her to believe shit. It was like her friend that was snitching around. I'm like, no, not my little girl, right? But there were other things. Even like once she was busted out, turning all that stuff over to the cops and be like, here's the evidence. She would withhold the evidence too. And we catch her with more. Like, what the fuck are you doing there? And on and on. And so, no, because there's like an angle to it. There's a reason to it. And if she thinks the boys could get in trouble or, I don't know what's running through her head. She might say something goofy, but I don't know.
But I guess what we're getting at is that she wasn't, it's not like she's sitting here with her mom. She's not sitting here with her dad. So she's being essentially neutral in all this. Like, yeah, dad's doing this, but he's great. Mom's doing this, but she's great. She's not like saying everything that, hey, you're the best and mom's bad, or mom's the best and you're bad. She's not doing that. She's kind of even keel on everything. She's not. She's not trying to get one person over the other.
Yeah, I'm hearing what you guys are trying to sell me, but
No, she wasn't.
And I wasn't there to see it.
I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm just
Sorry, what was that?
Okay, again, baseline. They spent how long with the daughter after she had spent how long with the mother? You let the first person at a crime scene go home and not, well, maybe shower, but not use soap. I don't know, your hair, grotesque. Just gross. And look, as a fluffy chick, if you're don't wear skin tight stuff. The rolls it is just not No, you want something that emphasizes your top curve, your boob curve, and then maybe flows out a little bit around your belly. It's called an empire waist.
What you're saying that
I
making it look like you're stuffed into a sausage package is not like
Yeah.
appropriate? Like trying to stuff 10 pounds of sausage into a, 1 pound package just doesn't work.
Oh my god, if we could, AI art these as, Dumb and Dumber guy, that would be amazing.
Oh my god. Just to have them just sitting there as Dumb and Dumber, that would be hilarious.
Yes. I have all these ideas, not the tech skills to do them. Please someone send me a free tech assistant.
How can
Elon
you tell when your
Musk.
daughter's lying? She opens her mouth. Yeah. Ah.
I don't know how it hit. I'm not trying to sell you something here.
Well, you're
Yeah,
trying
you
to sell
are.
me the notion that my daughter was honest about whatever.
I think she was because she started out with picking your side. She's on your side this whole time.
Doesn't mean shit.
Sadie says that. She says that, and you know that. She was picking you, man. You guys are tight.
Liar.
You guys are very tight.
She wasn't.
He's trying to get him to
Are you not?
confess.
Are you
He's
not tight with your
lying,
daughter?
but he's
I
also
love my daughter
stupid,
very much and
so
she loves me, but she straight face lied to me repeatedly.
It's obvious, and that's obvious by talking to her.
So why would she lie about the boys?
I don't know. I don't think she was lying to me.
I mean, we can go around this fucking, we can go around the block all you want, but
Sure.
at the end of the day, I'm pretty suspicious what my daughter says. If you're not, that's up to you, So,
He is so
what
clear.
other questions do you have for me, guys? I'm fucking
Oh
tired.
my
What do you want
god,
from
he
me?
is so mellow.
Just
I would be
truth
nervous
about
as
everything.
And you heard that
bleh.
right there. He says, listen, so, all right. So what the fuck do you want from me? Why are we here? I mean, and just watch this really close because he's pretty straight up. He's going to go, what the fuck do you want from me here? And then go ahead and keep your thought because it'll come back to you.
Obvious by talking to her.
So why would she lie about the boys?
I don't know. I don't think she was lying to me.
I mean, we can go around this fucking, we can go around the block all you want, but
Sure.
At the end of the day, I'm pretty suspicious what my daughter says. If you're not, that's up to you, So, what other questions do you have for me, though, guys? I'm fucking tired. What do you want from me?
There you go. Jamie, your nuts are showing. Oh yeah, I think he knows her well. Yes, Georgina, he knows her very well. He knows his daughter. He knows the kind of lies that she will tell, the kind of bullshit that she plays. He's well aware of this. What was your thought, Mo, earlier whenever you heard this?
He's basically saying it's hearsay. You cannot prove, even if the daughter is the truthiest truther of the truthiness, she has all the truths, then maybe it's because I mean, you still, it's just hearsay. You have no evidence. So again, even if she is Mother Teresa, Mary, and the married the Blessed Virgin and the mom, she's still not not concrete evidence, dingleberries.
No,
And that's
none
why
at all.
Zach's like, that's why Zach's like, okay, what the fuck else do
I've
you have
answered your
on me?
questions. Like, no, he's not even saying, what do you have on me? He's like, okay, so now that we've cleared this up, what's going on? Like, can I go? Can I go? Because I'm really tired. I just want to go home. It's like if you're gonna get pissy with me over some bullshit, then get pissy with me over it. My cell phone was left in her car. Okay, she's accusing me of stalking. Okay, does this rise to the level of anything? Like I'm tired. Okay, we can settle this. You're gonna write me some sort of citation. I'm going to fill this paperwork out. I'm going to end up being fined or whatever and told to stay away from her or whatever the hell issue it might be. It's not a big deal. It's just like, okay, he's not concerned. As you can tell, he's not concerned. He's just like, okay, this is no different than whenever she, hit me with a broom and then called the cops. I mean, I'm used to your bullshit. So what else you got for me, guys?
just the truth about everything. And I mean, that's kind of what we want. We want to find out. We kind of went over the stories, and you kind of gave us your reasoning behind the stories, whether they were true or false or whatever. I mean, the main thing is to try and find that happy medium in all this.
Yeah.
And
So Sadie, after I was arrested on Christmas or whatever, Sadie put down for a restraining order and shit. And so we go to court, and she writes a bunch of stories, like she's been trying to keep a catalog over the last 12 years about what a piece of shit I am.
Gonna work on the floor.
Well, no, because we get in front of the judge, and she tells the judge, like, one of the stories in there, I'm going through the stories, and I'm like, holy shit, right? Like, just lie after lie, exaggeration after exaggeration. But she tells the judge, she tries to convey to the court that, like, there was an instance where I insisted that we have sex. We were fooling around, and I insisted we have sex, and then we didn't because she didn't want to, and then I threatened to go fuck somebody else. But the reality of that story was essentially this. We were fooling around. She didn't want to. She got upset, embarrassed, or whatever. And she said, if you want somebody that can fuck at the drop of a dime, you're going to need to go find somebody else. And I was like, what the fuck just came out of your mouth? And that's just an example of the twists she takes things and the exaggeration she makes of things. So, as far as her stories or what's going on,
No lies
I'm not
to
hacking her
you.
cell phone. I'm not hacking her email. I'm not hacking her shit. I'm not stalking her. There's some things that I checked. I would love to catch her, getting high with her boyfriend, just so I could say to the court, I deserve custody of my kids because this is how she spends 3 days a week.
Oh,
My kids shouldn't be taken to the bar. Is that what you've been trying to do? That's all I've been looking for, man, is just to validate that. Once I found out that she was fooling around with somebody else because of what we saw through the windows, when I did go to her place, which I did do, it would be nice to verify it. And the only reason that I even came up to that was talking to a counselor who said, it sounds to me like she's moved into hard narcotics. It sounds to me that the way that she's behaving, because I got a woman who's been a good mom and a caring mom for most of.
yeah, she is very narcissistic. And if you watch her interview, which I have the interview, Mo and I watched that over multiple days. So we have that interview,
Okay,
and you get to see how
that interview
spicy it is.
series is mostly tangent with a sprinkling of interview.
Yes, but you know what? It will
It's
entertain
fun.
you for hours. You just go to the Zachariah Anderson playlist, and you can find all of it there. You can even see the interview with Solomon Anderson, where we talk a little bit about this, but not as much as we talk about how Solomon's doing. Solomon is his brother, and he is the one that put together this free Zachariah Anderson, ZachariahAnderson.org, which is in trying to raise funds, also keeping everybody up to date what's going on with him. Big supporter of the Wrongful podcast, and a lot of these folks are working around. It's mainly about keeping this information so everybody knows what's going on. It is very, very important that these kinds of things are brought to attention, keeping everybody's attention. And Mo, I would suggest making a phone call right now.
Okay. I'm gonna go lock my doors too.
Yeah, because go do that really quick. Mhm. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, people. No, his interview should have ended there. No, his interview never should have happened. His interview, he should have asked for an attorney to be present during this. Absolutely should have had an attorney there for that reason, because he should have never been answering any of these questions, especially if he's not under arrest. It's like, am I under arrest? Then I'll see by. Are you detaining me? Yes, we're detaining you. Okay, I'll ask for my attorney then. And he was read his rights. Everything that he said can and will be held against him in a court of law, and it sure as hell was. Whereas Sadie never was read those rights. Amazing. She was the first on scene. She's the one that discovered crime or basically she discovered there was a person not in their apartment, there was blood, and then called the police, which makes me suspect If there's a crime that's been committed, maybe she was the first one on scene. Agreed, but he's explained everything they said about it. Absolutely. But that doesn't matter in there. They are, before he's even gone in there to do an interview with the police, they have already decided he's their man. He is the guy that everyone is after. It's already been decided. They know that he has done some harm to somebody. That's what they've determined. So you have to understand that him coming in and sitting down and doing an interview where he thinks, oh, it's just his ex being a pain in the ass and blowing him up for a bunch of bullshit that's happened over the past couple of weeks. He's just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't care. He's thinking he's coming in here and he's going to basically explain to him, listen, we have our issues. It's no big deal. That's what he's looking at. He has no idea that, one, there's a body missing, two, that it's her ex-boyfriend, and has no idea any of this other stuff that goes on. They will arrest him at the end of the video, and he spends 7 months in prison before or 7 months in jail before they actually even charge him with any of the stuff with Gutierrez. 7 months he sits in there trying to find out more information. Like, this is ridiculous for stalking. That's what he thinks he's there for. Yep, she named him, so case is over. That's exactly how they're viewing it. I mean, think about this with Lynette. Same kind of issue. The judge has already sided with Lynette. Already sided with her. He's given her free legal advice. He is on the side of her. Where does that leave Jeremy? Where does that leave him and just trying to move on with his life and get this person away from him? And if he does lose against her, what's to say that she doesn't start some other bullshit again? She's got nothing to lose. You know, the thing is, whenever you have something to lose, there's always going to be somebody there that's wanting to take it away from you. And it's just it's horrible and pathetic. Innocent people always talk because they know they've done nothing wrong. Exactly. Yeah, they got paid overtime for investigating this. Yeah, it's insane.
Life so far, and then suddenly in the last 6 months, it's like a wicked shift to everything I say or do is somehow I'm the big bad guy, and then our daughter's in the middle of this like a fucking pawn, and it's just a bloody mess, you know? I mean, I just don't even know what to make of it when, you know, she's got stories and she's got spins on all sorts of bullshit that because I work at AT&T, I can hack your cell phone. I'm like, that's ludicrous. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right. And that's just kind of and there were other things in there. And then when I told the judge, he's like, oh, well, it's just the reality. You think that woman would have stayed with me if I basically raped her, like forced her to have sex with me? That's not the way it went, Judge. We stayed together for 12 years. It was good, great at times. It was bad at times, but you know, in the end, called marriage. Yeah, well, I mean, I cheated on her, you know, poisoned the relationship. So,
oh damn. So he's admitting right here that he may have cheated on her. If you saw her, you probably understand why he might have.
Not trading in that 4.
What?
But yeah, that was worse than a 4.
What are you doing?
That was worse
I'm
than
on
a
the
4.
stream.
You'll be
How
fine.
are you out walking around doing things that you're on screen?
I can click off real quick.
Yeah, if you need to jump off and get
Oh,
this in.
no, Mr. Mo was like, you are out walking and doing stuff. And he's like, how are you still on a stream? I was like, I can click off if I need to.
Yeah. We got this handled. We got this handled with you, Mo. So I'll put it in private chat because I don't want to make it known. Does that make sense?
Sorry, you guys.
You know, if they've removed it and they're doing all of that
Yeah.
stuff, you may want to get that stuff preserved and
Well,
just call them and say, where are
that's the
we at with
thing
this?
is I don't know where they went.
They might just gone to get some dinner or pick up the little one. You never know. But
Well,
you may
yeah,
want to reach out to her and say, this thing that we discussed, where are you at with this?
I probably will after the stream. I'm talking actually to my lawyer friend who lives in the neighborhood and kind of giving
Good.
her an update, and she's giving me advice on, if anything should escalate. It's just,
Yeah, because you're
look,
not
I don't
wanting
wanna
it to.
I'm like, "For fuck's sake, I don't wanna fuck your daughter's life up." Look, she's a kid, she's doing something very bitchy, very unwise, and very, very stupid, allegedly, and I said
Yes.
allegedly and possibly, and if there is that video, please take it off her phone, have her delete it from the cloud, and explain to her how very effing serious this is, and that this is a crime in Indiana and most states.
And it will follow
So
her no matter where she goes, especially if she gets accused of this, that it becomes a permanent record
in a
forever and ever,
registry thing,
and a registry
because it's
thing.
CP,
Yes.
technically,
Yes.
and I
And you don't want to screw her chances over of being able to get into a good college over her just acting a fool. I mean, that's, why would you spend all this money to keep your child nice and safe and protected just to have her screw it up by one little mistake? Yes, it was a mistake and it affects my child, so get it corrected, or else
yeah,
it's
that's
going
the
to follow her
thing.
around forever.
Yeah,
It's not a,
and
the
and
only problem is
honestly
with saying something to somebody. If they're the kind of people that don't give two shits about it, they're just going to go,
yeah,
yeah, we're just gonna go hard against her before she has a chance to. So it looks like she's giving us a hard time.
yeah, that's
I don't know the type of people they are, so I can't
um,
address that.
well, me not being the most people-y outside of my tribe here, I don't hang out with them, but the other mom does, and she said that the dad's not, all there all the time, so
Yeah, wonderful.
just wonderful.
All right, we'll get back to this.
The fund for Mo's
No going
moving
back. I
will
mean,
be
even if
set up
people
in
start a
GoFundMe.
rumor,
Yes.
it doesn't matter. Some girl said to me at a party, that I could do something sexually to her or whatever. Oh man, her friend overheard it or whatever, took it back to Sadie, and she just kept on with this shit. And I'm like, I'm not. That was my friend's date. Like, this is fucking ridiculous, Like, all these accusations, it's not the case. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right.
So, listen, this is her accusations, and I'm gonna go through them again, okay?
Sure.
You followed her, or went to her house, looked through the windows.
Yeah.
You confirm that, okay?
Yeah.
And confirm that because she was with you,
Sure.
okay?
Okay.
You get a cell phone to record her when she gets mad,
She abuses the kids, yeah.
okay?
Have you ever reported that? I went to an attorney and I asked the attorney, and they said that they have to go through the process establishing parental fatherhood and paternal, whatever that ruling is with the parental rights.
That's it, you confirm
That
that, right?
is so
Yeah.
flipped up. I mean, so
Yes.
the mom can abuse a
You
kid,
accidentally
and
dropped
the
your cell
dad's
phone
like,
in her
"Well, we have
car,
to
underneath
make
the
sure
car.
you're a dad."
Yeah.
All right, Mo for president. I'm firing everyone in the children's court, and I'm putting people who have been at the front lines. Yes, I'm making panels of men and women who have been screwed over by the family court, and that's who's going to judge these systems. And they'll probably be 99.9% better than these a-holes.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're lucky.
You're welcome.
seat.
or, I'm not sure which, but yes.
And just so happened that same day,
Underneath the car seat, is that what you said?
yeah, you're in Kenosha again, text messages to her cell phone that we have the whole string.
Good, but that's not how I knew she was in Kenosha. How I knew she was in Kenosha is because when she dropped off the kids, she was taking a flower for her brother's pond down there, and she hid her nice jacket in the back. And when we were looking for the sweatshirts in the car, I saw the nice jacket in the back. It said, and I said, that's probably because she's going down to Kenosha again.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Going to see your boyfriend. Right?
I'm really upset with that.
I mean, it stings a little bit, but ultimately, I can't unpoison the relationship, I can't uncheat
Is
on
there
her.
any jealousy going on?
Yeah, a bit, a bit.
Are you expressing that?
Yeah, at times, I tell her because she's jealous too, I said the jealousy for us doesn't allow us to be friends, doesn't allow us to have a calm conversation. If I,
Right.
even like yesterday when I was talking to her or whatever, she said, I sent you an email, right? So, okay, cool, I'll check it when I get home. She's like, of course you're not home. We go, geez,
So you dropped your cell phone
Yeah, I dropped the cell phone. I didn't
and
place
you
it.
find her in Kenosha.
I just knew she went to Kenosha.
Okay. She confirms that. Olivia confirms that. So you follow me, man? These sequence of events. She's saying that you're following her.
She says a lot of shit,
And that you're having conversations about following her.
Here's what I find
You're-
hilarious.
looking
They
through
go
her-
from Sadie's interview
Mm-hmm.
to this guy, and he's like, yeah, she says a lot of shit. And these guys aren't nodding their head.
Nope.
Dumb and Dumber AI versions of them, if anyone knows how to do that, that would be awesome. I would love you forever. Not the same level as Mr. Mo, but
Oh God!
it would
can
make
just
me smile.
just all you see is their heads facing the camera.
Yeah.
As their mouths have like the Canadian thing from South Park.
Yeah. Oh my God, that would be awesome. Why don't I have tech skills?
I
Damn
don't
it.
I don't have those either. I would be so bad with this stuff.
I would probably hurt my poor CGI person. I'd probably wear them out with all my ridiculous ideas.
So what time do you have to head out?
I'm good. I actually am kind of awake, so
Okay. Let me
I
know
hope.
about a half hour before,
Okay.
because you're gonna love this one.
Your
Okay.
boyfriend's stuff on Facebook, right?
I looked him up, yeah.
Mhm. Are you looking them up criminally?
Yeah, I see Captain, see what's going on.
Good. You're doing
All
all these
things
things.
lawyers would tell you in a
right?
I did
family
some things, yeah.
court
Everything
case.
that she's told us, you've
Yeah.
done.
I
I don't
learned
know
that
if
from
that's true or not.
MLS.
Well, it's happened. The thing she's claiming happened, right?
Maybe not, yeah, but I mean,
Not the way they say it happened.
yeah, hold on. I mean, just, look, I'm not trying to call you gullible, but she says that she went to her brother's house and she found the cell phone, right? Now,
Look, I'm not trying to call you
call
an
you-
asshole.
I'm not trying to call you gullible, but man, you are fucking gullible. Like you believed her shit. You fucking believed her shit. And he
Yeah,
knows
it's
it.
like,
This is the worst part about it is he knows they bought her bullshit. He has no idea about who
how do
Tiras
you
is
buy
missing.
her bullshit? Shit, I mean, can we do IQ tests on these? Are these like 60ers? Because I need to know how you uncritically listen to Sadie with like it was around every part of her timeline starts at around 2 p.m. and never progresses from there,
No,
kind of
maybe,
circles back Jen Psaki style, and then
maybe,
ends up
only
in
thing I can
a
figure is
heroin
maybe she
ditch.
was in heat or something. And you know how dogs act whenever they get around a bitch in heat. They don't act logically. They'll jump, 8-foot fences.
So
Just saying.
she's the horny guy dog though?
No, she is like these guys are the horny
Oh,
dogs. These little horny
Oh.
dogs, and maybe she was in heat whenever
Oh.
she sat down there, and they were just like
Oh my god. Oh.
uncontrollably just like, "Oh my god, like, she's so
Well,
smart,
that
she's
would,
so brave, she's beautiful." That would explain a lot,
if
wouldn't it?
if she has extremely strong pheromones, that would explain a whole hell of a lot.
Exactly. Ooh. I sent something for you, and it went to her text. Irrelevant note, we both got a good laugh. Oh, that's awesome.
I call the carrier and the carrier says the cell phone ends up down in Kenosha, but she says that she literally drove like 2 miles away to her brother's house and found the cell phone, yet left the cell phone on and took it to Kenosha. So you tell me, guys, what fucking adds up?
That's what she told us.
Well, that's what she told me, but you know, listen, ultimately the carrier
And tell you that though, I mean, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying,
Stop.
why would she tell you the truth versus telling us the truth? I mean, you guys obviously have a rocky thing. She's suspecting that you're doing this, you know, following her, doing this. Why?
Because she's a fucking liar. How?
Because she is high and she is lying and you guys bought it, and she was just amazed that you guys were buying it. I mean, you
She's going, man,
should
my
all
pussy
die of
must be
shock.
golden. She's
I
going, it must
mean,
be golden. These guys want to get some of this. They want to get some Sadie shady. Yeah.
that greasy hair brings all the or all the boys to the yard, and they're like,
I don't know. Maybe they're
"Suave
hungry. You
as a
never know.
shampoo, ma'am."
Best Buy Detective #1 and Magnolia Theater technician #2. That I'm serious. That is like the shirt that they used to wear for the
I
Magnolia division
I
of Best Buy, which was the gray shirt, and then they had the blue shirts, and then the
no,
manager
they
wore a different colored shirt. It was
I
so
need
weird.
them to do a cognitive test right now. I need them to tell me what a lion is because I can't. I cannot with them unless they were both, eating lead paint chips as children, then there is no explanation for this
Well, they're
beyond
probably
sheer
licking
either.
the windows, going, saying, "Tastes like peppermint. Tastes like peppermint. Tastes
Yeah,
like."
either sheer laziness or incompetence, and both of which are unforgivable if you have people's lives in your hands. Like, I would never wanna be a cop, but some people want to be police officers, and that is a giant responsibility if you are a good cop because you have people's futures, lives, in your
This is what
hands.
happened, though. This is what happened. All of the good cops started leaving. Like, the good police officers saw that even if I arrest somebody for doing something illegal, they're gonna let them go. Although I can sit there and tell you that this person is lying because the way that they're acting, I can feel it with every bone of me, but I can't pursue it anymore because the people that are in power over me won't let me pursue it because, oh, the color of their skin or some bullshit like that. And they're just like, you know what? I'm done. I'm out. Like, you guys have it. This is what you end up with. You end up with the second rate, the ones that are just like, man, I get to move up in the world now. I become sergeant. I become detective inspector master chief of in gadgets. And
Yeah,
and
you
and they
end up
they
with those cops down in was it Louisiana or
yeah.
Georgia where they beat the crap out of that
No, that was
guy?
Tennessee. That was Tennessee. It
Oh,
was
crap.
6 cops in
Yeah,
Tennessee that
former
killed a
gang
guy.
members, but they, changed some qualifications to make,
Well, that might have been
diversity.
Georgia. No, I was just talking about the ones in Tennessee that killed. I think it was Terrence something or other. That I can't remember his name
Yeah.
off the top of my head. They
Well,
they
that was the
beat him
one
to
where they
death.
had all the footage and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
yeah,
that was
yeah. And they wouldn't release that the cops were black either.
and
Serious.
and then I
Everyone
know,
was sitting
and
there
then Bill
outraged.
Maher
Everyone was so outraged and wanted to take down the police, and these white motherfuckers killed a black man, and then all of a sudden, whenever
and
they
then the
found out it
security
was
footage.
five black officers that killed the guy, they were just like, oh well, screw the police, yeah, screw the police. Prosecutors should seek truth, not a promotion. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. That's not how they play. Yeah, not all
I mean,
cops are good, and not all cops are bad. Cops are
no.
usually there after the fact. That and cops are not there to do some sort of stopping you before you start speeding. I mean, that's not what they do. Cops are not arresting you before you commit a crime. They don't do that. They're there after the fact.
Yeah. And and the thing is, we are now asking police officers again, it all goes back to mental health and needing there are some people that just cannot be on their own.
Yeah.
And we can it is 2024. I hate to use current year, but it is 2024. I think we can figure out a way to do something like maybe a small village, a humane, sort of area to put people that just cannot be by themselves.
Well, they tried that, but Australia got overrun with you know emus, and they had the big emu war, and they couldn't win.
Well, and they have what else do they have? They've got the cassowary. That
Yeah.
bird is look, I don't actively pray for the extinction of many animals, but that bird and then that really creepy bird in, Africa that's like the size of a human,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if them 2 didn't make it on the ark, I would not have been so sad. Also rats and
Rats.
mice.
Well, they do need those to clean up, and also, you have birds and seagulls that will do the job if you just let them.
Yeah, I mean, I've
I mean,
seen
that's what they do
seagulls
in
attack
Venice.
people.
So in Venice, they had a problem with rats. Okay, and as soon as the seagulls came in, they started killing off the rats, and that's what they do. They kill off the rat population. They also kill off a lot of the pigeon population. It's just like endless
Mm.
food source for them, where everybody thinks, oh, seagulls at the beach, blah blah blah. No, seagulls in Venice, they will steal your damn pizza from you if you're not careful. Of course, they're about as
Oh,
coordinated as a mongoloid that's on steroids. I mean, they're just like and they run at you and like attack. And I was
oh,
holding
no.
I was holding my pizza, and a seagull came up and hit it so damn hard that it flipped the pizza all the way around face down on the paper. And
Oh,
and he was like
hell no.
skidding to a stop to come back to it. And I was like, I will kill you, you little bastard. This is the first meal I've had since I left the United States. Because I ate some nasty ass airplane food. And no, you're not taking my pizza. Bit you.
I wish we had a video of that, and then David Attenborough or Sir David Attenborough did the narration, the voiceover. Like,
Here
"Here we see
comes
2 alpha males fighting for, sustenance. Let's see who wins this dominance battle. It generally starts with, calls or such, posturing,
But in this
and here
case,
we go."
here we have corn-fed Fred and Seagull from hell. We could just call him Seagull. Like what is it? What was his name? Peter Seagal or John Seagal? I forget.
Steven Seagal.
Yeah, Steven. Yeah, that guy that ran like a woman.
He is looking special these days,
You ever
and he's
watch it
dressing like Kim
whenever he would
Jong-un.
run? Yeah, whenever he used to run, like in movies, it was all like
Uh,
like
I
you run
was
like
more of a I was more of a Patrick Swayze gal, and to be honest, 16 Candles, Jake Ryan, I was like or Ducky. I never understood why she went back to, rich, goofy-looking guy. I was like, "But Ducky's always there, and he's awesome. Go back to Ducky. Justice for Ducky, damn it."
well, Ducky did, end up scoring a little bit better anyway.
Well, yeah, but still, I'm just saying, if we're gonna remake all these movies and make them stupid, I would like Pretty in Pink for her to end up with Ducky and say
What,
double
Napoleon
deuces
Dynamite
to
didn't do it for you?
Ew, I did not like that movie. I did
Oh
not
my
find it
god.
funny.
How many times did you watch it?
Oh, okay, the only part I found really funny was the LaFwanda part.
Did you?
That was fucking hilarious.
But you have to watch it more than once. It's sort of the same way with The Big Lebowski. You don't like it the first time that you watch it because you're like, this makes no sense whatsoever.
It's 4 hours of making no sense. It's
I
like the
know.
longest no sequential non sequitur. Why is this a plot? Is there a plot?
Yes, because the Chinaman
I
peed on his carpet. He
Okay.
just he tied the room together.
Shizzy, Mr. Mo made me promise I would not point out logic flaws in Dune 2. But it was so hard.
Good luck.
It was so hard.
Even
I
the
was
book
like,
is there's so many.
what was he smoking? So I tried to find out the lore because I was like, that these people are too stupid to live. What is wrong with them? And I was like, it's basically about getting high and expanding your mind, which I'm kind of down with. But
No lies there.
I was just like, why is Twig Boy in everything? I hate Twig Boy. Can we bring back, Rambo style guys? Guys that are built and not Twig Boy? If I have to carry your ass out of a fire, princess style, why do you have a penis?
Because it was supposed
Rant
to support
over.
the inner geek in you. That's the inner geek. The one that's just like, he's an
Okay, but the
adorable.
outer geek can look like Henry Cavill.
True. I mean, you just want it all. You want the eye candy, no love for the nerds. I see how you are, because I was that geeky
Look,
guy in school.
everyone would go for Henry Cavill, even some dudes, okay? Everyone's a Cavill sexual. I'm just saying.
Not everyone.
Look, I don't like
I
Jason
think
Momoa or whatever his name is. He looks like he smells like patchouli and body odor perpetually, like he just doesn't shower. I don't know why, but I'm like,
Oh,
that
I've
was
got
so
I've
that was
got
the
I've
bad part of Dune. He died. He was the only manly man there, and he fucking died.
yeah.
It's like, now I have to just watch Twig Boy? I was so pissed off.
All right, I've got the perfect Jason Momoa one for you. There you go.
All right, your next witness.
Oh shoot, I didn't know we were starting yet. Wait, almost got it. Perfect spot.
Okay, could you please state your full name?
Yeah, I am Jason Momoa.
Mr. Momoa, do you know Amber Heard?
I do. Hi, Amber.
Don't talk to her. So how do you know Amber?
We work together on Aquaman.
So you work together as actors, right?
No, as janitors.
Mr. Momoa, you have to take this serious.
He's not a janitor. He's actually Aquaman.
Would you say you felt safe around Amber on the set?
Sure, I guess.
So there was not even one incident.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Why? What happened?
Well, Amber and I were in the pool recording the scene. It was just the two of us. And she pointed at the water and said, "Look at that beautiful brown fish."
So what seems to be the issue? I'm not following.
Any wildlife in the water would be computerized, so that was brown fish.
I don't understand. What was it?
Well, it was, shall I say, Amber's turn.
Mr. Momoa, how do you even know what that was? Did you even take a picture of Amber's Heard?
No, I didn't.
So do you have any evidence?
Well, I made a replica. Yeah, here it is. No. Does that look like a fish? Nope. Man, how did that even come out of her body? Oh, man.
Welcome, Mo.
Okay. I might like him a little bit more, but he still looks like nothing is wrong with the smell of patchouli, but it generally is associated by me with people that find deodorant offensive and showering. So there's generally a smell of BO, and so it's closely linked to hippies, and I'm kind of Cartman on hippies. just because of the BO. Look, I love the whole peace love thing. I'm cool with the, free sex stuff. I don't care if you want to do a commune,
Yeah.
whatever. The Hare Krishnas were weird, but hey, do you, y'all. But it's the BO that I can't. Y'all, I just can't.
You have to understand, as a
And the
musician,
dreadlocks.
the places that I would play, there would be constant, women that looked like they were arm wrestling, that they had buckwheat in a headlock. Let's just put it that way. And it was like, okay. I mean, all right, that's your thing, but like what is, like, I didn't know that crabs made it that far up a body. Just saying, there's, some hygiene is worthwhile. But yeah, the smell of patchouli really just, because it was associated with the, not showering. And, everyone likes to talk about Brad Pitt, and oh yeah, Brad Pitt. From what I understand, yeah, he's not like the cleanest. I think he might be a little dirty.
Wait, weren't he and Jennifer Aniston the ones that were like, you need to take a 5-minute shower?
Angelina
Oh,
Jolie.
and Sheryl Crow only uses what, 1 square of cotton or paper for her number 2 business.
Well, that's all you need, because see, what you do is you pull off that 1 square, and you make sure you tear a little corner off of it, and then you use that 1 square to wipe your finger off, and then you use the little square to get under the fingernail. I knew I'd break you.
When is that asteroid supposed to be coming? I keep getting promises and promises, and then the asteroid just passes us fucking by.
But here, I have something perfect for you.
Okay.
And because you were talking about Angelina Jolie, I'm gonna see if I can find it here really quick, because it is damned hilarious. If I've got it, I don't think I have it. Damn it, I didn't save it. Well, I won't show that because I couldn't find it, so I won't save it. I won't show it. I'll show it tomorrow. Damn it. But you've seen Kermit, right? Okay, this one is this one is for all the guys that asked about this earlier. This is for you boys out there because you wanted boobies. Here you go.
The one with the black hair, is your name Emerson? Oh, that's weird. It's Emerson big old titties, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
I like that. That's funny.
I know. I try to be funny. Need a bum wash. Yeah, patchouli smells like dirt. I don't know. I mean, you vomited in your mouth. Sorry. We do like to have a little bit of fun at our own expense most of the time. So, see, Roseman is just like, Shizzy, shut up. Just play the video.
I'm actually going to be honest with you.
I don't know what she's telling you for the stalking accusations here, guys, but I'm just telling you something doesn't add up in that story specifically. Because if I call the carrier and the carrier says the cell phone goes down to fucking Kenosha, right? Well, then if she says she found the cell phone at her brother's house, which is by my house, then why the fuck did you drive all the way to Kenosha before you shut it off?
How do you know that she found it before she went to Kenosha?
So she told me.
Okay. Well, yeah, then that wouldn't make sense.
Right. So, I hear, okay, you guys got a story, but I'm telling you, all her stories are bullshit.
That's why we're getting your side now. We didn't get that before. Now you're telling us, hey, there's more.
Well, I'm just saying, back to we're trying to way down here to ask me about fucking stealing a cell phone or whatever the shit. And then she wouldn't give it back before I said, fine, I took it to track you, which is bullshit. I just want to get the damn cell phone back because, mind you, I took the fucking cell phone and I took a video of the police because Snapchat, like, you have to save the messages and shit. And I'm just like, holy fuck, I lost the cell phone and I don't know what to do. And if you go through her text messages, you'll probably see that. Got a text message or did I call her? How did I call her about that? Because if you lose a fucking phone, that's got whatever, fucking kill yourself, man. I'm like, holy shit, that makes you sick, you know? But It was just her that took it. But to be fair, in the first place, I thought she stole it. Like, I thought she went in the house and took it. But then I was like, no, I was outside cleaning the van with it in my pocket. So she didn't take it from me. So I must have dropped it. And to be fair, maybe I didn't drop it in the truck. Maybe I just dropped it outside the truck and she picked it up, you know? But something fucking happened there. Something happened there where she kept it on until she went to Kenosha. And then she bragged that, oh, she found it right away at her brother's house. So you tell me.
Holy cow. We got a Gosney raid. Good to see you. Welcome, Gosney fans. Most definitely. Hello, Gosney raid. Hey, Gos Raiders. Gosney Raiders. Good to see all of you fine folks. We're just catching up on the Zach Anderson trial. It's great to see you guys. Maybe I should like give Gosney like a little shout out here and give him an invite. Only thing is, let's see if I think I've got him on Twitter, so I can send him an invite on the Twitters if he's out there. Let's see. I'll search for Gosney. Steven. There he is. Boom. And I can, if he allows it. Nope, he's got it turned off, so I can't send him anything. I would try. I would send him one. But let's see. I got his email. I could always send it to him on his email. Streaming, where is? Yeah, I have to go all the way into my email stuff to get to him.
Is it odd? He looks kind of better pixelated.
Who's that?
The detective.
Zach?
No,
Yeah,
the
he looks.
Oh
yeah, man. Somebody should totally do that. I'm not going to communicate anymore. Yeah. If sometimes you have to beat him to the punch, that's the weird part about it. It's so screwy. It's so screwy. I hate that kind of stuff because you're just sitting there going, what do I do to get
feeling a bit like Zach here, like cray me.
Yeah.
And if I am the voice of reason in the group,
oh, that's scary.
I really hate that role. I'll do it if necessary, but damned.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. They can't have that power over me. I've got a lawyer across the street. I don't. You know what? They're going to do what they're going to do, and I'm just going to be a mom.
Mm-hmm. Just do it. Yeah, be mom and protect daughter. That's all that you can do. Welcome, Gosney folks. Welcome. Yeah, definitely. I sent one to his email, but if you want to send him one, that's absolutely fine. You know how to do that. Thank you, Danielle. Hey, good to see you, Gosney Raid. All these fine folks coming in. They're coming in here now. Make sure. Want me to do it? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. That's absolutely fine. Send Gosney an invite. He is more than welcome. And if he shows up, then you've got to show up. And if he shows up and you show up, then we immediately go into showing the
Hail case
Lynette stuff. Oh yeah, the nut case.
I have no idea what that's about. I really don't. I know it's blown up, and I have been busy trying to do short videos of my things because people don't always watch lives and working on, thumbnails and stuff. So
while we've got your attention,
and that is a hard thing to do.
Attention to this one. We are going to bring your attention to this one because she is some kind of special. She is some kind of special, and it is all that and more. Are you ready?
Are we in Florida? I'm just asking for a friend because I love everything Florida.
This is Florida. This is something that is right up Mo's alley. Like,
It's in the Walmart case.
Because here's the thing. You and I are going to cover this. Like you and I have to. Like as soon as we finish up with Zachariah Anderson stuff, we're covering this because this is
sounds wonderful.
This is
look, I've seen it all over. I just look. Here's the thing. I am like the latest to everything. Like, I didn't get a CD player until, like, they stopped making tapes because I'm like, "I have tapes. Why buy a CD player?
Right.
I don't wanna buy all new stuff." I was born '47. That's my problem. I just made a couple relation dateship, missteps here and there, but,
We all do. Here it comes. Lynette.
ooh.
My mother died.
What proof do you have that your mother died?
My mother did not die.
We're about to take a deep dive into a pathological lying criminal mastermind.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that's even worse than Sarah Boone. That's like, I
Oh, no,
didn't
no,
my
no.
mother
You
died.
have to.
I didn't
So
say my mother
someone made this
died.
comment, so I can't. I'm repeating what somebody else told me. The difference between her and Sarah Boone is Sarah Boone came with baggage.
She did do a suitcasing. Copyright and trademarked by Duct Tape and Holy Water Productions.
I don't lie. That's the thing. I don't lie.
Okay.
So
Sure.
this is brought to you by What the Hales. Comes off their
Okay.
channel. What the Hales, and I'll see if I can get the information from these guys real quick. Just give me a second. I'll pull it up here. Open a new tab. And this is their YouTube thing here. Paste. And a lot of people know who these folks are, especially a couple of people in here. But that is their channel right there, and they are in. Oh, they're just having to deal with crazy, and like on a level that is unbelievable. There we go. Let's play this. This is
down here in Florida. We're in court.
This is her deposition. So this is her deposition just to try to get this thing brought into court.
With Lynette, and she lives true to her name. In her deposition, she lied over and over and over and over again. And we're going to show you some excerpts from that deposition. Now, that day was over 7 hours long. Understand that's with breaks, with lunch, and we had nowhere gotten done with all of the details for the deposition. Just some excerpts that the judge already knows about today. And you're going to see her incriminate herself so bad. You're going to feel sorry for the individual that was foolish enough to grant her $7,000 in a gift, which now she has to claim and lose her disability benefits. And take notice that there's a child in all of this. You are, number one, not allowed to have anybody in the same area as you. Number two, no communication with cell phones or anything else. You're going to hear John, you're going to hear a child, and you're going to see tablets that she's texting on.
I will let you know, I have to let you know that I have to be done by 1:30.
No, ma'am, that's not happening. You don't.
I have to be at the sheriff's department,
ma'am,
to be interviewed by the investigators at 2 p.m.
It's not
For a
gonna
crime?
end, and we're not ending the deposition. You have a court proceeding, and we're not ending.
Or, is it for another crime she committed? Is this an interview or an arrest?
No, she just has to be there for her interview. But it doesn't
Okay.
matter because this takes precedent over all of that. She's in a
Well-
court proceeding right now. This is a deposition. So
Y-
whenever
yeah.
whenever you have a subpoena for a deposition, you're there until that deposition is done. Like that's how a deposition works. You don't go, "Oh, well, I have a doctor's appointment. I can't be here." Or you can't say, "Oh, I've got to go," I mean, they'll allow like bathroom breaks and stuff like that, but generally they want to get everything that on the record so that way they can bring this before the court, because if she's saying that this person did X, Y, or Z, well, what proof do you have? Well, I don't have any proof of that. The judge can see all of this deposition. They can bring this deposition up in court and they can say, listen, this is what she's told people, and this is the proof that she has for it. You can sort of cut to the chase on it. Basically, you don't have to go through a whole witness testimony because you have the deposition to basically back you up. It makes it really hard to refute things whenever you have a deposition.
Yeah.
It's just
Uh,
part of the process.
Well, and isn't it typically to kind of get the story, it's a chance for both sides to ask questions, correct?
Oh yeah.
So it's a chance for both of them or both sides to, you know, kind of hammer down what this person is most likely going to say in court, because lawyers generally say don't ask questions you don't know the answer to. So the depositions and then I guess marking those against the evidence. Yeah. No, ma'am, you can't leave. Nice try though. I like that.
Yeah, it gets worse. This is the tip of the iceberg. This is her being mellow.
Oh.
Oh, it gets more.
Deposition
Ooh,
today.
I'm excited.
At that.
Well, Mr. Hales is the one who wanted them to investigate
Ma'am,
me,
we're not
so I'm
doing
being
it. It's not
investigated.
happening, ma'am. I'm just telling you it's not.
Okay. When John gets here, sir, I'm going to ask for a break because I need to call the sheriff's department and let them know that you're not going to let us off to show up at their department because this was a real investigation.
Ma'am, we're not,
The-
this deposition is going to go forward day to day. Like the notice says, until we're finished.
Like they were doing a fake investigation? Like this
Oh,
is
yeah.
like, oh gosh, what is that dude's face? Oh, pranked.
Yeah.
Aston Kutcher is gonna hop out somewhere and be like, punked you.
Sup, Jacob Castro over on the Rumble side. Good to see you, brother.
I am all confused with
Yeah,
this.
here she is. She's doing the Zoom in her ex's RV. He lives in. She lives in a shed.
Okay.
Okay, with
What
a
are
dirt
they taking a
floor.
Deposition
With a
for? I
no,
guess.
get this, with a dirt floor and a bucket toilet that she
Oh, dear Lord.
uses for compost.
What? This is how you get E. coli. This is how you get salmonella, people. This is why we have recalls on a bunch of damn lettuce all the damn time. This is
Don't
not a
worry,
good idea.
she's raising children too. That she
How old is this woman? If you say
well,
35, I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Why is the
yeah.
4-year-old daughter still with her? I
Well, because CPS was called against her. She goes into that also.
Oh my god. Okay.
So we're not going to take any breaks without phone calls. This is not the time. We'll take breaks. Maybe
If I don't show up at the sheriff's department, I'll get arrested.
It was this very
Okay.
day after this deposition that Lynette posted on her page, standing in her trash. And it says this very clearly. I want to make this statement and make it very clear. I did tell you it was clearly. Neither John Crook nor myself are in jail or have any fear of going to jail. Well, hold a second. I seem to be seeing a lot of fear. Because the truth is they are both under investigation and they are both looking at arrest and they are both looking at all the consequences that come with everything they've done to us.
You're trying to get
let's
me
do it this way.
arrested in Ohio.
I'm not trying to get you arrested. I mean, you raised
Oh,
this.
yes, you are. And so is he.
I do want to warn you, you're going to hear some language, you're going to hear some anger and aggression, and it's all going to be from Lynette. And some of you may be thinking, how could anybody side with this individual?
Yes, she was adopted and she was approved by the state. This child is 4 years old. She may be older now,
Jesus.
but at the time that this happened, she was 4 years old. And let's put it this way: the pictures were not pretty about her in a diaper.
She was 4 years old in a diaper?
Yes, and you have kids, you understand that by the time they have 4 years old, they're usually pretty well potty trained at this point. Now they may run around the house naked,
Yeah.
and you have to like keep clothes on them, but generally they know what number 1 and 2 and where those are supposed to go.
Well, yeah, and I mean, at 4, you still have, the, how do I say this gracefully? The, gophering that might happen. We might, mistake a fart for a shart, you
Yeah,
know?
it happens.
That's understandable, and,
Or if
there are
you're Amber
times that
Heard.
oh my god, oh my gosh. Dear Lord in heaven. But, how is this little girl still in oh my god.
Oh,
She's gonna
it
give
comes
her
up.
okay, let me go get my charging cord, and I
Yeah,
will
go
be
get
right
your
back.
charging cord. We'll hold off until then. It's an adoptive child, private adoption. She has 8 other kids and stepkids who have orders against her. Yes, and I have one of those stepkids videos. It's pretty interesting. Oh my God, 4 wearing a diaper. Yeah, kid is in car for hours. I don't know. See, none of this stuff. I don't know. I have no proof of this. I could probably go and watch some of this. I- You guys have watched so much more of this than I have. You know so much more about this than I do. I
This
mean,
is
it's like I'm
such a
coming into
dumpster
this and I'm
fire.
just, oh, it is like the
Oh
biggest
my god.
dumpster fire you've ever seen, and it just gets the hits keep on coming.
Oh, this
Remember
is
the bomb threat
hilarious.
scare in hearing number 3, and then the court staff member that made the nasty face at me? Yeah, her. That's her right there. We have identified her. As a matter of fact, during lunch, she went up to my first lawyer and said, "How could you represent that bleepity bleep?"
And Jason is so correct. You really need to go back and watch the whole saga over the last 2 years. It's all on Hale's
Holy
channel. Okay,
god.
so for the past, it's insane. So here, brief rundown. Okay, the
Okay.
Hales are from Ohio. Okay,
Yes. Okay.
so they're domiciled in Ohio, and they sort of snowbird in Florida. They
Okay.
found this little town called Otter Creek, and they call it Otter, Odder, but it's spelled
Oh,
Otter.
okay.
And so they found some very inexpensive property, and they were just like, you know what, we're going to invest in this property. We think this is worthwhile. So they start investing in the property. They basically go in and buy storage units, and they'll donate the proceeds out, or they'll like help people out, get some of their stuff
Oh,
back. I mean,
cool.
they're actually pretty damn cool. Like if you watch their stuff,
Yeah.
you'll see that, they're not doing it at a loss, but they're also
Yeah.
helping people out along the way. So they get some property in Otter Creek. One of their philanthropic adventures was, basically all of their employees, they house them, they give them, maybe it's a house that they refurbished or whatever it is, but they're giving them a salary plus they house them, and these are people that
Oh,
work for them, that do things for
yeah.
them. So it behooves them to like give them some sort of benefit, and these people can prosper and
Oh,
carry
yeah.
on, and they become very helpful for you. Apparently her nephew wanted to work for them, and they basically turned down this person because they just didn't fit the bill, whatever it might be. They said they
Yeah.
turned it down, which wouldn't be uncommon. They've probably turned down hundreds of thousands of people,
Well, yeah.
but this lady took offense to it. All right, she took serious
She
offense to them
yeah, she
turning
seems like the
this down.
person that would be calm.
Well, and she lived in another city altogether whenever they were in Otter Creek. And then she started like basically an online campaign going against them. Plus she does this thing with turtles, and they were doing something with turtles also, like turtle rescue, and she wanted to come up, set a donation box, and they were just like, no, this isn't a money raising thing. This is something completely different than that. No, you're not going to set up a donation box. Well, she got more and more angry with them, so they managed to buy property right across the street from where they're located.
Oh, damn it.
And they're also cyber stalking the Hales the whole time. So what they did is because they're domiciled in Ohio, they got a restraining order against her, which basically works in any state. No matter what state you're in, that restraining order covers it. So they have to stay basically away from you. Don't cyberstalk me. Don't harass me. Leave me alone. You stay over there. You do your thing. You do your turtle, whatever. You do your thing. But they moved
Okay.
next door to them. Then the people that moved in next door, Lynette and her husband, they filed an injunction against these folks right here.
For, I guess, to build property or injunction for
No,
what?
just cyber stalking. They accuse them of launching a hate campaign and cyber stalking. Basically, all the stuff that they've got an injunction against. That's what MG has been covering. He's been covering this particular deal with the judge. And Lynette
Okay.
likes to get up there and she will ramble on and on and on and on like a sob sit. Just ramble on about nonsensical stuff, making up stuff that she has no verifiable proof, and the judge is letting this shit come in. As the judge is letting it come in, they end up with 5 hearings, and the Hales have yet to present any sort of case because it is her bullshit that's causing all of the problems. Like
And the judges
their original attorney ended up having to become a fact witness and had to stop representing the Hales because whenever they were trying to get things settled out of court, like the judge asked them to, she accused the attorney of bribing them, trying to bribe them. So now he becomes a witness.
is she filibustering? Is she that smart
Yes.
or
No, she is that psychotic that she's going to give them a runaround over and over and over and over and over and over and over. This is why I know this because my wife and I were dealing with someone that's crazy in a court hearing that's been going on for, let's see, since 2019. Now that gives you any idea how long people can carry on bullshit. And what they'll do is they'll file something, and of course if somebody files something that's absolute bullshit, you can either respond to it or ignore it. And some things you have to actually respond to. You have to read through that whole file. Basically, this adds up court fees for our client because now I have to read her bullshit that she filed because there might be something in there that we need to respond to. Most of the time it's not. But if you're sending in a 400-page document, you have to read through the whole thing. You have to understand what they're saying. You have to try to comprehend where this person is coming from, what they're trying to prove, and it becomes costly for the Hales. They're out so far. They're
yeah.
80 grand. They still have yet to present any sort of case before the court. Like I said, this is something that you're gonna love. What's up, Valhalla, brother? Well, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's
Okay, but how long does you're more legally minded or more legally connected to actual lawful law, but how long does the judge let her just do this? I
2
mean,
hours. 2 hours. He lets her ramble on for over 2 hours. And whenever it at the end of the day, whenever they're like, listen, we just want 15 minutes to cross-examine her and sort of bring this part of it to an end. Like, we can end this right here. Let us cross-examine her for 15 minutes. The judge spends another 30 minutes explaining why that isn't going to happen.
oh my god, we've got another Schroeder or
No, it's
Schrader.
worse than Schrader. It's worse
Oh,
than
dear
Schrader.
Jesus.
Because not only did he do that, then he set a court date while the attorney wasn't paying attention, trying to discuss with his client to get like everything scheduled up. Calls in, tells him that we're going to have a hearing at December the 6th at 1:00 p.m. Hits the gavel, gets up and bails. And the attorney never had any chance to object, never had a chance to do anything. And mind you, this is
How
at 5:00 in the evening. Okay, if you have something that comes in at 5:00 in the evening, so you have to file a response to whatever the judge's order is, trying to get more time. Well, what happens? That ends up going in on Friday after closing time, which means it's going to be read the next fucking Monday. So next
Yeah.
Monday, judge comes in, and of course he's not there because he is in Ohio, actually having pages notarized, which you have to do it in the state where they're giving you where they're serving you the papers. They have to serve the papers. You have to have it notarized. You have to be there for that notarization. You can't do it over Zoom or some crap like that. You have to be there. You have to sign your name. The notary has to see you sign your name, and they have to notarize it. And once they do that, he's on his way back. And of course, they held him in contempt. So here comes court case number 5 or hearing number 5, where all that shit happens. And it's just this perpetual bunch of fuckery, one caused by a judge that he used to be a professor, an adjunct professor. So he loves
no,
he
he's
loves
pontificating
on everything that the law is supposed to say, but not listening to what real life scenarios are. It is a mess. Why can't he do it in 15 minutes? Well, because it would put court staff out. Absolutely. It's just, this just gets crazier and crazier as it goes on. Like I said, this is right up your alley, Mo. This is something you and I have got to cover.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. I mean, not for anyone involved.
No, not for the Hales. No, not at all.
Little uncalled for, I'd say, because she's a victim's advocate in the court setting.
Oh, no. See, that's the thing. I've already seen her tortoise sanctuary, and I can pull it up on Facebook. I suggest people do not respond to anything that she says. Do not reach out.
Do not fuel the fire of her saying she has a hate campaign. Do not respond to her. Do not. No.
Don't attack her. Don't pull anything up about her. Like, there's a reason why I won't show any information about her outside of what's already there, because if you trust me, sweetheart, you don't want me doing some sort of deep dive on you, because I have access to tools that will blow your freaking mind away. Do not make me do that. Just saying. I'm showing what's already available, and you don't want me going down that rabbit hole. You have to understand, I do a lot of research. I do that for a living. So no, don't.
And if she's fallen for this hook, line, and sinker victim's mentality of Lynette, she's got a lot coming, because this woman is going to 100%. There is no doubt in my mind that this woman is going to jail. This victim's advocate doesn't even know the history of this woman. We have psychiatric reports on her. You name it, we've got her on it. And so let's see what my lawyer has to say about her breaking the civil protection orders, even here in Florida.
Hold on 1 second. This cupboard is
Oh, that's just Mo's house. Never mind.
Mr. Hales was referring to when he said 10 feet, 10 feet?
the order that he's got against us in Ohio that he got fraudulently. Yes.
Oh, he's referring to the order. So let's look at it.
I don't need to look at it. John can't jump a fence and run on a leg with wrapping up to his crotch.
When you're not on your property, you and Mr. Cook cannot come within 500 feet of Mr. Hales. Or
we did it.
Do you understand that this order says, even if he approaches you, even with his permission,
did you want John to jump a fence?
Ma'am,
with his leg wrapped up one day out of surgery? What should he have done?
Ma'am, please lower your voice.
What should he have done?
I'm going to ask you.
I'm confused. Did John jump the fence, or did John attempt to jump the fence? Did he fly, or is she denying the fact that she went within 10 feet of him?
No, here's what happened is John was within 10 feet of him. He's basically supposed to just walk away.
Okay.
And of course that's not what happened. John actually pulled a firearm out on him.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, John pulled a firearm out at him. And
that's a felony, I'm pretty sure. Or at least a misdemeanor. I don't know about Florida.
Well, he's in
Maybe
Florida
that's just
too,
a Tuesday.
So, that's just a regular day that ends in Y. I mean, but here's the thing. He pulls a firearm out, but also John has had to have multiple surgeries because of his leg and blood infections and stuff like that, which usually means it's a staph infection. You usually get staph infections from things that are not clean or cleaned properly.
Well, I mean, she looks like she takes, all the Lysol and sprays it around and does the deep cleaning.
Well,
I mean,
that's depends on whether, she has the rag here or on the countertop. Just
true.
saying. I mean, Waffle House is hiring. Get your scrambled eggs
Hey.
and cheese.
Are you?
Where else
You
are you
are
gonna
not a
see
nice
naked people
person.
at 3 AM? I mean,
Oh yeah, but imagine running
fighting.
into this at 3 a.m.
Up to his crotch.
When you're not on your property.
Okay, Shizzy, could I say I felt threatened by her tone of voice asking
Oh,
for a
you
friend?
Oh, it was a different time he pulled a gun. Okay, so he pulled a gun at a different time. See, these people know much more than me.
There's like a whole lore. This is like Lord of the Rings kinda stuff. I
Oh
love
yeah.
deep lore. I'm like, Aslan's like, "Don't quote the deep magic to
So
me."
Thrifty
I have
Ben
to do a
says he
deep
was measuring a fence and Jeremy drove down the road yelling 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet.
Oh, for God's sake.
And so he was verbally interacting with Jeremy. Okay.
What
Well,
is he's
I don't know. Here's the thing. 10 feet of his property, 10 feet of him, and the gun was pre-op. Gotcha. Well, before the operation. That you got to listen to this.
That you and Mr. Cook cannot come within 500 feet of Mr. Hales or.
We did it.
Do you understand that this order says, even if he approaches you, even with his permission,
Did you want John to jump a fence?
Ma'am,
With
there's no
a
need-
band, with
Listen.
his leg wrapped up one day out of surgery? What should he have done?
Ma'am, please lower your voice.
What
There's no-
should he have done?
I'm going to ask you.
Are
to
you?
lower your
You
voice.
are not a nice person.
You're talking about
Oh,
me.
well, she's the pinnacle of niceness, ma'am.
Yeah.
Maybe if you didn't speak in, and excuse my French, Cantonese,
How is that AI coming along for you? Is it coming along good?
yeah, Veiled Hammer's helping me with it. Baker helped me with it. I haven't tried your link, but I'm gonna try that system now or next because look, the redhead, kind of confused redheads, they would all get like 4 or 5 videos from Pearly things. They were all gaboobied and
Scantily dressed.
butted, and I was like, "I don't have the paint skills to put, my holy roller skirt on and" you know?
Oh, she failed her drug test. Well,
Oh,
does look like
yes.
she's method acting a
Ma'am,
little
please
bit.
lower your voice, and
Yeah.
there's no need to use profanity.
No.
And are you a minister?
Yes, I am. I find this irrelevant to the case. And
All this screaming.
yes. So, in case you didn't know, she used to be a pole dancer, and now she's a minister. She runs a
found Jesus.
501(c). She runs her 501(c) or 501(c), whatever. Yeah.
So her turtle sanctuary is a
Yes.
tax deductible charity.
Yes, and she's on disability.
Okay.
That's why she adopted the child. They have proof of this, of her saying that she adopted the child so she could get money.
Get this child out of there now. Get this
They
child out
can't.
of there.
They've tried. There's been people that have been trying.
Wait,
And
her
that
living
comes
in
up.
a shed with a poop bucket is fine.
Yeah.
Mo for president, hand jobs for all. That means vocational work, but my kids said hand jobs, so it's stuck. But I will disband all CPS and
Just so
put
you know,
people that
there's a
have been
child right there in
abused.
front of her during this depot.
Yeah.
The child's in the room
Look.
while she's yelling. You'll,
Son of a-
yeah.
All this yelling, rage, hostility with a child right there. Now, let's back up a little bit. What does he expect John to do? Well, the law expects John not to be in the road. Now, whether you want to talk about a bandage wrapped all the way up to his whatever it is, or a walker, he had to get from the back of the property on the walker with the bandage up into the road, which is the exact same type of ground that would have been on his actual property. So he was okay to get all the way from the back of the property up to the road, but then he had to be on the road? No. The following day, he was putting up this trash fence on the actual property. Did he ever need to be in the road? You know the answer as well as I do. He should have never legally ever been in the road.
I don't understand the injunction at all anymore. No, I don't.
Protection order entered. In the
You're
state of
being
Ohio.
ridiculous.
Case number, ma'am, there's no question pending.
I'm pleading the fifth on everything. From now on, I'm pleading the fifth.
You're telling me that every question I ask you, you're going to plead the fifth?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm allowed to do legally or not.
Then why are you saying that?
Because you're trying to hem me up and it can be used against me in the court. Therefore, I'm pleading the fifth.
Most of us would understand when you plead the fifth, that means you're guilty. It's the inference of guilt. Yes. So now the judge can go, she pled the fifth, pled the fifth, pled the fifth. In other words, she's saying, I am guilty, but I'm not going to tell you any of the details about it. And the judge can then go and go, yep, yes, she's guilty, 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 because she didn't give details. It doesn't save her from the aspect of no guilt. It actually thrusts her into the arena of guilt.
So you are aware that there's a civil stalking protection order entered against you in the state of Florida, and state of Ohio, correct?
Fraudulently, yes.
All right. And a court has made a finding after a hearing that
fraudulently, yes.
Okay, hold on.
Fraudulently, yes.
I like that the entire state of Ohio has gotten together to conspire against this woman.
Jeremy Hales,
yes,
and against his paramour.
That was a personal request that he uses the word paramour because she keeps using it in every court document. I don't think it means what she thinks it means. And you should also know that she's had no contact orders.
Yeah, go ahead, Mo.
What the paramour? Oh my God. She's doing this pro se, isn't she?
Yes. Well, she is at this point. She's pro se at this point.
Oh, how many lawyers did she go through?
No, just one. Someone donated $7,000 to her for attorney. Okay. Now he goes through some of this in other videos.
This is a nuclear dumpster fire. This is awesome.
And she calls the child mommy. Yes.
In regards to her grandkids issued.
Let that sink in. Just let that sink in for a little bit. She calls her child mommy.
You don't want to know what I'm thinking because it involves maps and walls and large
hammers. I mean, the only way to nail a map to a wall is you have to use a very large hammer, and you have to thoroughly get those spikes into the wall to hang a true map.
I will, and excuse my French, this is a cursey stream for me. I generally don't curse on my stream, but Shizzy lets me. But I am in full fuck deficit tonight, so no. This woman, no. You have a child in a shed with a poop bucket that you use to smear on flipping your vegetables. That is how you get Salmonella, E. coli, and everything else.
Court document. I don't think it means what she thinks it means. And you should also know that she's had no contact orders in regards to her grandkids issued as well. This is not the first time she's had issues. This woman is
I
incredibly
can't imagine
unstable.
this
As a
stable
matter of fact,
woman.
I'm going to read you some of the psychiatrist notes about her with her children.
That will get overturned. He done it under perjury. I plead the fifth. I will not give out any names. I will not.
I find this odd, and I don't use that term often enough in Otter Creek because
Otter
she's already
Creek.
given us the name of Lizzie. She's already given us the name of Patty. And when you're backed into a corner and you know you're caught in all of your deep, dark lies, here's what you start to do.
Can you just answer my question?
I can't hear your question. I can't hear you. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong.
Do you also go by Michelle?
Yes, I do. That is my name. That is what I've gone through since birth.
You just heard me.
Okay, then.
So I'm going to ask the question.
I can't, sir. I cannot hear you very well. Not at all. I have to hold you up to my ear to hear you. Something is wrong. Can you please check your mic?
My mic is fine, ma'am. Can the court reporter hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, I
Why did
cannot hear you, so I'm trying to figure out what's wrong.
Ma'am, please stop saying that. You hear me. We just proved you did. So stop saying
Sir, I can't hear you.
If that tactic doesn't work for you, always make sure you brush off the solution given to you by the lawyer.
Does Mr. Cook have a cell phone?
I'm not gonna ask for his cell phone. Why is this showing me?
Excuse me, ma'am. You have two
What
phones.
does this mean?
Ma'am, we're having to take a deposition here, ma'am. Now she just hung up. Disappeared.
You want me to remain on the record?
Absolutely. Hold on.
Okay.
If hanging up doesn't get you out of your deposition, you can always go with the Hail Mary. I got health problems.
I do not have perception of time. I don't have perception of dates and times. I do not, and my brain does not work that way. So I'm sorry that I can't answer those questions.
So you have a medical condition which inhibits your ability
I
to
have
act?
post-traumatic
Yeah,
stress
this is not going to
disorder.
work. You keep on interrupting me. This is what's part of the delay here. I keep telling you, let me finish a question.
Oh my.
You have a medical condition that interferes with your ability to recall dates correctly. Is that right?
It's called dumbfuckeritis.
No, long-term stuff. I plead the fifth.
I'm sure you understand when you do a deposition. Number one, you can be the only person in the room. Number two, you can't be communicating with somebody else. You are the person being deposed. And then number three, you can't be on electronic devices. And I want you to pay very close attention here because she's in huge trouble for this. This next 12 minutes is huge. And now we haven't shown all of the deposition yet, and there's a tremendous amount of it, and we will show it later within the week. But we are showing this because the judge is already aware of it and her lawyer is already aware of it. She literally incriminates herself, and then she destroys the evidence. And this is a huge, huge issue.
Oh, yeah. Mo, you just have no idea.
All right.
Like I said, it gets
Press
worse.
There you go. Go share the screen again. Okay,
You know, if one's going to destroy evidence, maybe not in front of the camera.
Oh, and admit to it.
She is a mecha golden giant final Pokemon stage Thunder Cow.
Oh, it gets worse. This is just the deposition.
Recognize this
Oh
as
no,
your handwriting?
she went straight on to my petty list with the child thing. I'm like, I'm out. The
Oh,
gloves are off.
It gets worse with the child.
Oh God, no.
Page 5.
Yes,
of the-
yes,
of the
that's
next-
my handwriting.
And for the record, this is the next exhibit.
And I just want to say, Rabbit, thank you so much. She has been a member for 4 months on this channel,
Awesome.
and all I have for this is
Yes! Yes!
and there's very few people that get that reference, and I know that Rabbit gets that reference. That is a
I
good one.
love that it always bothered me when I was a kid. Like I said, I was born 47, so I'm like, why don't they just get together? They both like each other. I'm like, this is
Yeah.
stupid. Why aren't people logical?
No, because
And then I
we
started a
do.
relationship and I'm
then
like,
you're like,
oh, people
oh,
are stupid when they're in love.
yes,
Okay, never mind.
yeah, exactly. She's in love right here.
And we can make sure we're on the right numbers here in order. It's her petition, 50 pages. She filed with the clerk of courts in Levy County. Ma'am, this is your handwriting, correct?
Yes,
And everything in here is true and correct, right?
yes.
You want to look at it, please, before you say that? What are you doing, ma'am? Are you texting somebody?
No, yeah,
Who are you texting?
someone to have them call my lawyer and ask them if they're gonna still call me or not.
Ma'am, this is just like a court proceeding. You're not
Okay.
supposed to text people
Okay.
in your court proceeding. By the way,
Okay,
I'd like to ask you, during our court proceedings in this case, have you texted someone during those proceedings in front of Judge Thomas's?
No, I have not. But someone just asked me if they called me. I said no. They're contributing, they're helping me with the money. So I told her no, he had not called me yet. That's all I said.
So when you're giving testimony under oath, you're not to have any assistance and you're not supposed to communicate with anybody.
No one is assisting me in anything.
I'm going to ask you not to communicate with anyone in the room or outside of the room when you're giving testimony. We're asking for your testimony, not anyone else to communicate. Okay?
No one is giving me anything to communicate.
So please, I don't want to see you texting anybody, ma'am, in the future in this deposition. Please don't do it. And I'm going to ask you now to put the screen up and show us your text that you sent a few minutes ago.
No.
Why not? Why are you
Because I'm not giving away the person who sent me the money. I'm not. She's my friend and I'm not.
You said it was something else. What was the text that you just texted?
She asked me if the lawyer had called and if I talked to him. I said no.
Show us that screen that says that.
No, I won't. I'm not giving you her name. I won't.
Where is the
And
judge?
why is that, ma'am?
There is no
Because
judge.
I'm not
This is
having her
deposition.
be a target of Jeremy Hale.
Jesus,
Any other
you
reasons?
can't have
Not
a
the fifth?
pad either.
I'm
I know. This is a
It's
deposition.
like my kids. It's like my kids when I say, okay, you cannot do such and such here. They will then do such and such over there because I
Yeah.
didn't say don't do such and such there
Over there.
because I'm raising a bunch of daggone lawyers is what I'm doing.
That's exactly what it is. It's Jeremy on Twitter. I think Jeremy Hales is actually probably does have Twitter. I think he does more of the Facebook stuff. I wasn't soliciting, Your Honor. He was just helping me with money. It's a she. My mom died. Yeah, at the very beginning, raised it. My mom died. My mom didn't die. Yeah. The 7 hours of this. Could you imagine 7 hours of this? And you wonder why lawyers get paid so much?
And drink so much.
Oh God, yes.
not having her be a target of Jeremy Hales.
Are you refusing to tell us who you were texting and show us your text that you did during this
I
deposition?
plead the fifth.
Again, you're taking the fifth. Let's make sure what you're taking the fifth to. I'm asking you, will you show us?
Yes, I am not going to show you my text that I just answered because I'm not making her a victim of Jeremy Hales. And I deserve.
Jason, this woman ran for a seat on the city council, and while she was out trying to solicit votes, her daughter was in a dog cage. I mean, we all think about it and
Oh.
like to joke about it, but
Yeah, I mean, I joke about I used to joke
crate
about crate
training your
training my
children.
kids, but it was a joke. I can't even keep Fry in a crate, which is,
Yeah.
half of our problem. So, there are days there are cases like this and people with children like this that make you want to learn to weld because the killdozer guy kinda had a point.
Because these guys have, and how do we know this? Because all of these people in the chat that know about her have been following this from the very beginning. Like they are so, Valhalla, these people are so far ahead of us in this case that you have no idea the stuff that they know or the places that they've been and the things that they've seen. As I will show Mo after this part of the deposition gets, as this ends, I will show her something that it'll break your heart. Just let's put it that way.
To be represented just like
Well,
anyone
yeah,
does
all of us
by
want
a
that video.
lawyer. And she is my help.
Is she a lawyer?
No, she is helping me financially.
I'm going to
And
ask
I'm not going to give her name up. I'm not.
Okay, on your screen, does it have the full name?
Yes, and I'm not.
Then cover it with your finger and show us the text that you sent just a few minutes ago.
No, I won't.
It's protecting her name.
No, I won't. You'll see my whole screen of all of my messages. No.
That's the point.
You just cover. You can
That's
blow over your
the
finger and show us the
point.
text you sent during this.
No, I
Ma'am,
won't.
Why not?
that's the reason they
Because
want
I
to
don't
see it.
have to make her a victim.
I just
And
told
I
you.
won't.
You don't need to show it the
Okay,
name.
this
I will
woman has
show it to the
supporters.
judge. I will not show it to you. For you to give to that man, I won't.
Ma'am, let's.
I deserve the right to be represented, and she is my help.
Just to make clear, you're refusing to show us something you have in your possession that involves this case, right?
It doesn't involve this case. She's
Doesn't?
giving me money. That's it.
How's that not involve this case?
Ma'am,
Then I want to see everybody that Jeremy gets his money from.
ma'am, you're not being responsive. Let's try it. Let's make sure we're
No,
understanding.
I'm not.
Again, you're interrupting me. So I'm trying to be really helpful and calm here. I really am. I'm asking a simple question. You've texted somebody on your phone. Ma'am, are you there?
Gosh,
Yes, I'm here.
Who are you speaking to?
Nobody.
Okay.
do you have dementia? Are you
just
talking to
texted
yourself?
somebody in the middle of your sworn testimony. And you're refusing to show us
He
the text.
messaged me and asked me,
is
did
got
he
to
call
be-
you yet?
I don't understand why.
Let
I
me
don't
see
wanna
if
have to-
there's a way that I can frickin' show you without giving away any names. If there's not, I'm not.
SMG likes to call it. This is her Obama
If there's
phone.
not, I'm not.
Use your finger to cover it up, ma'am.
How many rings do you have to have on one
I didn't
finger?
even get finished with what I was saying.
Why does this woman not have representation in this deposition? Well, that is a good question because she is doing this all pro se. Okay. So this deposition, the only reason that this deposition is happening is because she filed a restraining order against the Hales after they filed a restraining order against her in their domicile, which is in Ohio, which ends up, and basically the judge granted it with, as soon as he saw the shenanigans that she was pulling, he was like, yeah, this person is unhinged. They need to stay away from you. That is in effect for a certain amount of years. I think it's 2 years or something like this. And that is nationwide. It does not matter where you're at in the nation. That should be enforced no matter where you're at. So if I'm hanging out with you, Mo, and I've got a restraining order against your husband, then he can't be within 500 feet of me. Okay.
It makes sense.
If I come home and Mr. Mo comes over to my house, he cannot be within 500 feet of me, no matter what state I'm in, no matter where I'm at, whether I'm in Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Missouri, California, it doesn't matter. If this person is is that close to me, that means they're stalking me in some way. So she moved from wherever she was living to be across the street from them, then filed a restraining order after they filed one against her, because she basically was crazy stalker lady. And once she filed it, this is where they're at in the deposition. She filed it pro se. 300 pages on some of these documents that she sent into them.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, she got $7,000 donated from somebody, and that $7,000 is gone by now. I'd venture to bet Silverman is looking for a way to bounce. Good luck. Yeah, she contacted the mayor of the town they live in Ohio, saying lies about him. Yes, all true.
Okay. Who sees this woman and says, she is the victim? Because I need you to come to the front of the
judge.
class, the congregation.
The judge in this case.
Is the judge tripping balls? Is he doing mushrooms?
Yes. Well, maybe
Okay.
maybe she danced for him back whenever she was a dancer. Never know.
Or now.
Oh, here.
I don't kink shame.
Just a minute. No, it still says her name. No, I can't.
Cover it
because
up.
it shows her name.
Cover it up. You've already told us her first name. I don't need to see her last name. Cover up just her last name. You can use your finger, can't you?
No, I can't because it's a tablet and it's a huge screen.
Obama phone.
Then who were you
And
texting
no,
on the
it
phone
has
because
her
you had two
picture.
blue screens on
No,
your
I
lap?
won't. I'm not.
Yeah.
So I'm not. Nope, I'll shut the tablet off and I'm not going to show you her picture. I'm not showing you nothing.
Delete.
I'm not having her be a victim because then she will not help me financially and I deserve a lawyer just like he does.
That's your phone you've described?
No, this is my tablet.
Yeah.
Your tablet? What kind of tablet is that, ma'am?
I have no clue. It's a free freaking tablet.
Did you turn it off?
I'm trying to turn it off right now. I'm
That
trying to
doesn't
figure
take
out
that
how the
many.
hell you do turn it off. I've never done that yet.
Oh, yeah.
You're
Jesus.
refusing to show us any part of the texting you did during
I
your
can't.
deposition?
Yes, 'cause I'm
Again,
not-
this literally is an amazing day.
I don't care. I'm not gonna make her a freaking victim.
Ma'am, you keep on interrupting.
Then
my
I need to
questions. You're
call
complaining
I
about-
need to call the lawyer and ask him.
You don't. Who's your lawyer? Who have you retained as a lawyer?
I'm hoping to God that it's
Hoping to God
Silverman.
doesn't mean
I'm
shit.
But you
hoping-
haven't retained anyone, including Mr. Silverman, right?
This thing don't even turn back on.
Good. Can you show us show us that tablet, please? Turned off.
Oh my freaking God. You know how long I've been waiting for this moment? I mean, it has been forever. Like I have honestly, I joke not whenever I say this. I've been holding out on this for absolute ever. Because this guy, as much as I've tried, welcome, brother.
Howdy.
You've played that for me already. I've seen that before.
I've played it, but no, never for you. Never for
Yeah.
you.
I'm pretty
No.
well. That might be
No.
true. I was watching
No.
her in chat or something. Maybe you're right. My bad. What's going on, y'all? How we doing?
Dude,
Okay.
is this shit the craziest you've ever freaking seen?
This entire thing is absolutely insane, man. And I can't.
How has no one tased her ass? Oh my God. I mean, this is reason 6711 that I am not a cop. Because I'd be like, nope.
Okay,
She's
so
running.
I remember an inmate somewhere. I remember the story about an inmate somewhere who filed lawsuits, frivolous lawsuits, one after the other. He filed like hundreds in a year or something insane, right?
Right.
And the judges eventually caught on to who this guy was or whatever, and they finally figured out that they could just start dismissing them based on who the hell he was because it was like a frivolous something.
Yeah.
Yes, well, and I will say this from experience. We have a crazy person that's a lot like this that we're dealing with currently, that has filed things with district court in the state of Georgia. I can't remember which district court it is off the top of my head, but literally in the filings it says they have a written order whenever this person files something, that it gets moved to the front of the line. They review it, and if it looks frivolous, even a hint of it, they're gone. They will deny any motion that or anything that they're trying to file. Like the clerk will look at it and see this person they have tattooed on there that says this person files bullshit all the time, and they consider it frivolous, and they will deny whatever they're filing, because 9 times out of 10 what they're filing is absolute BS. The other part of the time they're filing this without providing any means of relief. If you don't know what that means, it's just like me saying Valhalla pisses me off, and that's
Which will
the
happen
whole
from time to
lawsuit.
time.
That's
It'll
the whole
happen.
lawsuit, and they're like, okay, so you have to give us something. So he pisses you off, and what do you
is
want
there
out of this
damages?
situation?
What law
Is there
is he
physical
broken? Because
harm?
being an a-hole is not
Exactly.
against
Is
the
he
law.
scaring you? And any number of things where they can provide some sort of relief. Do we need to file a temporary restraining order? Give us something that we need to do for this.
It should have
And so
never gotten past that point. The judge at that point
Yeah,
should have
how in the hell
dismissed
did
this
it get past it?
entire lunacy. It should have never gotten this far. And the fact that it has all of us up in arms, because it's absolutely insane. I have no other word for it. It's just
Okay,
insane.
is she fannying him? I'm just asking, because how does she engender loyalty to anyone?
Well,
That voice alone is
I've been-
like those screaming bowls that they tell you to use for meditation.
I
or like a 5-year-old learning to play sax.
Oh,
See, this is why I like Mo, because she brings it.
She's so good.
She just got that. Damn it.
Oh, that's funny.
I will be right back. Bio break.
All right,
girl.
And
you get it. We'll be right here. She hasn't seen this Valhalla.
She hasn't seen any of it yet.
No.
Oh no.
She goes, I heard about this, but I just haven't seen any of it. And I was like, Mo, you and I are going to cover this after we're done with Zachariah Anderson. This is the stuff that we are just going to deep dive into this. We're just going to go hog wild on it, or goat wild. It just depends. You're welcome to come along for the ride, Val. It's going to be so insane.
Well, I've been keeping track of it since it got on our radar, right? Like since it came over to some of the channel, Larry, right? Since Larry and Megan Fox and now Tug, and Tug was doing something earlier. I don't know if he's still going or not, but apparently they dug into the judge's background and a bunch of the prosecutors and lawyers. Tug's a scary dude, man. Don't get on Tug's bad side.
No.
I love Tug.
Especially going after people that Tug respects. You don't do that.
you don't mess with family. You don't mess with tribe. You don't. And you don't mess with a tribe that has a bunch of effing lawyers, you dingbat.
Yeah. This judge is.
For the record, I am not part of any tribe or family or anything else that could get me in a RICO case. Georgia, you crazy. Crazy people.
Yeah, never mind. We are loosely associated, not affiliated with anyone. Trademark this is
my
way
own
too.
goat farming man. That's
Yes,
what I
I
am.
am. Yeah. I do my own thing. I get on YouTube and I talk shit about everybody and everything, and I don't give two shits anymore. I mean, I cover politics, and there's things that I say that are not like politically correct. Like I've no offense, you guys, but I don't consider abortion. Abortion is called killing babies, and I consider it killing babies. No matter how you want to look at it, whether you want to consider it legal or not, that's my fucking opinion. You don't like it, there's the door. That's just me.
The best part of this whole thing that we do over here, Shizzy can have whatever opinion he wants.
Exactly.
Mo can have whatever opinion she wants. It's okay. It's okay to have differing opinions, y'all.
And we get along.
Yeah.
Like
Well, that's the
Valhalla and I,
fun
we can
thing.
sit there, we can headbutt over shit, and at the end of the day, we're just like, good to see you, bro.
Have we ever disagreed on any had butted ever? I don't think
I
so.
don't think so. But if we did, I'm sure
It wouldn't be a problem.
No, it wouldn't be. We
problem.
would just both laugh about it.
Yes.
Cool. Here we
That's
are.
the cool thing about these trials is law and crime people can see see the same trial and get a completely different vibe from it, or
Right.
between eating crayons or what have you. And then, we can watch it and see something completely different. And each of the different lawyers brings a different nuance out. So that's part of what makes trials and makes lawyers fun for me, because you should be able to argue both sides if you're a good lawyer, and you should be able to do,
Completely justifiable, Yamaha. Completely understood.
I draw the line. Ms. Valhalla not allowing the loincloth. I don't like her anymore.
Justice for the loincloth. Justice for the loincloth.
Here's this thing. Because I do a lot of political stuff. So go figure. So here I am doing some Trump going to damn it, I forget going to the border, going to Texas. And they got on there and they said I don't like Trump. And then I was like, cool, you're welcome to not like Trump. You know what? You can even stay here and hang out, and the people that do like Trump, they're not going to tell you that you're an idiot or anything like that. They're just going to go, cool, you don't like Trump. Well, let me show you what we like about him. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what my channel is about. And there's things I don't like about Trump. There's things I don't like about Nikki Haley. There's things I don't like about Biden. Does that make them like the devil incarnate? Well, maybe Nikki Haley, but that's a different story. I mean, someone
She's
posted
a
that.
Succubus,
Yeah,
not the devil.
I don't know. I
with
saw
all
that
the
picture of her. I saw that picture. It looks very
Oof.
devilish.
Well, that one picture they used to tell everyone she wasn't allowed to be in the beauty contest. I was like, Buzz, your girlfriend, woof.
Yeah.
And I felt really bad because that was my first reaction. And then I was like, I'm a terrible person. And I'm going straight to hell. But I was laughing too hard to.
Nice Home Alone reference,
Georgina. If you ever get a chance to see Valhalla, go half Tarzan, like the ladies, they start throwing the bucks down, like thinking that they just walked into like a meat market, Chippendale dancer. They're just like, oh, look at this.
Not even close. I'm a middle-aged fat guy.
Well,
in the summer when it gets hot, I wear sleeveless shirts so all my tattoos show.
That's what it is. The ladies.
That Flux and I made an OnlyFans because the OnlyFans CEO, there's a big story. She was whining about how OnlyFans isn't only about prawn. So she's like, we have gardening channels and cooking channels. So I jokingly made an account. Now, it's just one more platform that I'm going to ignore and suck out loud at. But
suck out loud at. That's good.
It was just like, my mom's disappointment in me. I thought I'd just top it off and put a cherry on it.
Oh, I've got an OnlyFans account.
They only take 10%, y'all. I'm just saying.
We are aware.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. I'm like, what? Who in the hell was I with? I think it was with Farrell or Kaiser or something. I was talking about. I was like, you know what? I need to take the name before somebody else does.
Well, that mine is more of a reverse hostage situation. If you don't want to see what 6 children and gravity do to boobs, send me $25.
Oh, I love you, Mo.
Then I
love Mo.
You ridiculous wild woman, you. I love you.
Like I said, if you guys have not subbed to Mo, you don't know what you're missing out on, because this is Mo. Whenever she's mellow, wait until you get on her channel where she, says she doesn't use any of the cursey words. See, she comes over here to use the cursey words. She tries to be as clean as possible.
I do try.
So she's allowed to come over here, and I don't worry about it over here. It's like, say the cursey words over here. It's gonna happen.
My link's pinned to the top, Rissa Murphy
Mhm.
of the chat.
There's literally no way I could be on the internet and not say cursey words. It's too big a part of my regular vocabulary.
Yeah, we know about the goats.
Well, yeah,
that became a clip. I just saying.
There's that beautiful moment when your 7-year-old
drinks.
is like, "God dang it, the fucking cup went over," and you're like, maybe I should stop cursing.
Well,
yeah, get enough drinks in Valhalla and ask him about what he does, on a daily basis, and I guarantee you, it comes out worse than what he's actually saying. It sounds worse than what he's saying.
Always.
Let's put it this way: he's got plenty of kids. Let's just put it. How many kids you have now?
7 right now. I have 7. I have 7 that were born on Christmas that are still left, and then I've got, I think, 4 or 5 of last year's kids that I'm gonna sell at the same time. So I've got actually a big group. I'm trying to figure out how to get them all to wherever they need to be at the moment.
Yeah. Do you not have a trailer or anything that you can?
No, my brother stole it and pawned it.
Oh, well.
Yeah. It's okay. It's whatever.
How can you can pawn a trailer?
Yeah.
I guess I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That is.
Yeah.
I always learn new things on the internets.
Yeah, you can pawn pretty much anything, Mo, as long as they can't prove that it was illegal when you tried to pawn it, and then you can still do it. You just can't usually get away with it.
Yeah. Well, laws and such.
The pawn shop industry, not to speak ill of them or anything, but does tend to attract a seedier crowd, Mo.
Yeah, the 1 or 2 times I was in a pawn shop, I was like, this is like Walmart on Spinal Tap 11. And if I could just stay here and people watch, I would, but I'd have to start packing and maybe wearing like plate armor. So
Or at least you might get a fake Rolex out of it.
if I was working in the pawn thing, the Pawn Stars, I'd be the one that, the guy's always yelling, "This is from a flea market, you idiot." This is worthless.
I can see you doing that too.
Yeah, I'd be like, but she was just so sad in her story, and here it was, and like she's just trying to get through college. I'd be supporting all the strippers through college. That's the problem.
Let's finish.
Hey, I supported a couple.
Yeah, but if you never made it hail, I don't know about how I can help you. You take a bunch of quarters and you throw them. I think it's assault, but I would love to see someone do it one day. Allegedly,
it's not assault. It's pepper. You pepper them. Sorry.
It's just started coming back up. John, go away from the window. Please.
It's like my house.
Ma'am, show us that tablet turned off, please.
It just decided to come back up, and I'm not going to show you the name of the tablet.
Here she goes.
You're refusing, and again, I'm about to.
Here's the tablet.
The tablet.
Delete.
It's really funny. I'm sorry to laugh. I don't
Here.
mean to laugh.
It's a freaking blue tablet. That's all it is. It's a free tablet.
I would ask you to preserve that tablet.
I'm done. No, I'm done. I'm not going to finish this. I'm going to quit this.
Delete.
Quit what?
I can't take it. I need
Delete.
to. I think I actually need to go talk
Delete.
to somebody.
Delete.
My anxiety is off the chain, and I can't do it.
Delete.
Are you refusing to ask any? Want to take a
Delete.
break?
You see her deleting shit.
I need to talk
Delete.
to attorney.
Delete.
I need to talk to somebody.
Delete.
Yo, hold up.
She
There's a
doesn't.
question pending, ma'am.
Hold up.
Question.
I just.
Who's the image guy? Who do we need to talk to about the
I
reflection?
was about to say,
in
does
this
she
woman's
not
glasses
understand
right now?
the weaponized autism of the internet that 4chan already has all the text?
Hold on. Has anybody talked to Max Murrow lately?
You can't get those images. So it would be a good try, but that's really hard.
You and I
she's got it
can't.
open.
Max
She
Murrah
is.
might.
Yeah, Max Murrah might be able to.
Max
She
Murrah
is
is
still,
scary, y'all.
yes,
I
he
love
is.
him.
I love that man. No, she's going through deleting messages. You can see her deleting them as she's swiping. She's deleting whatever she's got on there. She's
You can see
deleting it.
you can see the screen on her
Oh yeah,
on her glasses. It's a
she's
list
so
of some kind.
stealthy.
She's very obviously going through a list and deleting contacts or emails or texts or something.
Texts. It's all texts, and she'll tell you that she's deleted them all.
Deserve.
God.
I deserve.
Well,
I deserve an
commit a
attorney
crime and
like
confess
everyone
in the
else.
same sentence.
Okay,
It's
so
my-
are you asking?
that's my
Are you
conscience.
asking? Ma'am, are you asking? Please put that down. Please put that down, ma'am.
Do
Please
you
put it
want me to show you the freaking tablet or not? I'm trying to figure out how to cover her picture and show you what was said.
Ma'am,
So
you
if you
just
give me a minute, I'll do that.
You just said you were done, so are you not?
She's
are you
so
not
crazy,
undone?
man.
I want you to leave me alone, please. I'm trying to figure out.
I don't need you to show it to us right now. I don't need you to show it to us right now. Please put it down. Ma'am, I don't need you to show it to us.
Oh my, okay, remember that. That's on the court.
Oh, I don't
record.
need you to show it to us right now. I'm asking
We'll
you.
get a warrant.
I can't tell you anymore. You're delaying the deposition every time you hold that up.
Okay,
Please put it down.
it's down.
Okay, and please, and I'm asking you to preserve that tablet for the court's access. Do you understand?
The tablet is I already erased it.
Yeah, that's not a good thing, sweetheart. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have done that.
Oh, well.
Don't worry, they can recover all of those.
Oh
if
yeah,
they
of
need to.
course. Just because it's deleted doesn't mean it's gone. And if your phone ends up in discovery, lady, you're screwed.
Oh yeah.
Well,
If they get discovery and get access to your phone, which is likely, in my humble opinion, all of that information is going to come to light anyway. You can't do shit about it.
The live
It's
might
there
be
forever.
more renderable. If I had the actual deposition of all of it, if I had the files for this, dude, I would play all 7 hours of the deposition. I guarantee it. I would do a 24-hour stream and I would do nothing but this deposition.
Oh my gosh.
Like-
Okay, so like I said in my short, but it was on Legal Shenanigans Theater, Sarah Boone basically admitted to deleting the videos on her laptop, thinking it would do her phone. She pulled a Mo, but even I, with tech special needs level, like Helen Keller, hand over hand, like it's a CPU.
It's a low
Okay.
IQ move, lady. That's all I'm saying.
Apparently, at
Maybe
least
you
at this
shouldn't
point,
brag about
Judge
it.
Dumbass, the court was or not interested. No, the court was not interested at all.
Because it's none of your business.
You erased it just now?
No, I erased part of it. My part that I was writing because I wasn't done writing it yet.
So
don't
you
think so.
erased the conversation you had, and again,
No, I did
knew,
not.
I knew you were going to interrupt. I knew you were going to interrupt. Let me try it one
Oh
more
my
time
God.
with the instruction now.
Call
this Mark
Silverman's office now, please.
Who are you speaking to, ma'am?
Questioning her?
I'm yelling out the window. I need a break so
Or
I
is
can
this the
call
new guy?
a lawyer.
There's a
I
question.
plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I'm not going to get myself criminally in trouble. I plead the fifth.
She has the
I
right to
plead the
remain
fifth.
silent. She fucking can't.
Plead the fifth to the pending question, right?
She has the right,
All of it
just
about
not
the tablet,
ability.
all of it.
Okay,
Just
we can take
because
a break.
I
Okay, we
did
can
not
okay.
know that I should. You told me that
We
if
can
I
take
had
a break. I just said
something,
okay.
go ahead.
I
You
just said.
tricked me.
You want to take a break? You just answered a pending question by taking the fifth, and you just said what is truly amazing is you're creating your own.
I don't care. I have anxiety over the roof, and I am not. I can't take this.
Shouldn't that be over the shed?
You are
Will
doing.
somebody
this
please
and
fix
get-
this woman's
I'm doing
roof
things wrong,
so
that
she
I'm
no
not
longer has
doing,
anxiety over it?
and it's wrong.
Yes.
Remember, I told you.
Those
Oh my
shingles are
God.
just full of anxiety.
Please
I'm ready to go fix her damn roof.
Mommy, put that over here.
Ma'am, you said you
Me to
You
say I'm doing
you
things
caught that
wrong,
right.
that I'm
She just called the daughter mommy. Mommy, put that over
Yeah,
here.
it's fucking
not
weird,
doing,
bro.
and it's
Yeah.
wrong.
If you
I
remember, I told
revert
you.
back
and
to
again,
my earlier
please interrupt me. Wait
statement.
till I'm finished.
Mommy, put that over here.
Ma'am, you said you answered the
I
pending
threw up
question.
in my mouth a
Believe
little.
that- that's it. Ma'am, I need your attention. Otherwise, this is going to take much longer.
My child just fell down.
There's no reason to shout.
Okay.
I am looking at a
this is the-
document right here on my screen
This
that
is
we
the
will
part
share
that
at a
I kind of
later.
understand because my ferals always come in with some sort of shenanigans every time.
No,
You-
the daughter's
it's
been
not-
there the whole time. The daughter that she calls mommy has been there the whole
No.
fucking time while
I-
she's
I
been
know.
yelling.
Oh gosh. But this is her normal speech pattern.
No, it's not.
I bet it is. I bet this is just how she. Or
I-
do you know that I'm wrong?
Yeah, because
I bet that
because
she
she's
has a
not like that the whole time.
forward-facing. She probably has a very, very shallow, very thin veneer of kind. But as soon as you ask her a question or challenge her in any way, or
Challenging her. That would be the thing
or
right there.
or she perceives some sort of slight because she's flipping insane. She reverts to this. So she has a very thin veneer of kind on her channel. And then this is
where she loses her shit.
State, and it's all in regards to Lynette. This is from a clinical psychiatrist stating this is some of the worst behavior I have ever witnessed from a parent, talking about Lynette. It was clear she's out of control. That's Lynette. Lynette continued to display significant mood swings, going from appropriate to enraged. It's also quite clear in front of the child, she does not want the child. She said to the staff, Lynette did. Lynette said to the staff, she would lose the income that the child brought and that she planned to get more by applying for disability for that child. Lynette is belittling and demeaning of the child in front of the staff. And I can go on and on and on. There are pages and pages and pages and pages. It'll literally make you sick and make you want to vomit. Can you imagine being the ignorant fool that Lynette conned $7,000 out of? $7,000 for her lawyer. Now you got to understand the deposition that you see, that's $2,000. And her lawyer has filed a motion for a deposition of me, which is going to be $2,000 out of the 7. Deposition of George, which is going to be another $2,000 out of the 7. That'll leave $3,000. Even just to read everything that Lynette has given to the court, that lawyer will burn that up in no time flat. Not to mention, he's going to have to sit with her during her extended deposition and John's. In other words, that $7,000 is gone. The individual, the lady, yes, we know who it is. She got scammed and she got conned, and she'll never see a penny again. I don't agree with Lynette and Crook on a lot of things, but there is one thing that we unequivocally agree upon, and it's this.
Everybody knows who the bad neighbors are. That's us.
Make
Brilliant
sure
ending to that
you're
video,
No lies
Jeremy.
detected.
What the hells, and you too can get more of this information as it comes out.
Brilliant ending to that video, Jeremy.
It
Brilliant.
is.
That
It
was
is
awesome.
so brilliant. I mean, I was
Holy God, this
Well done.
Yeah.
woman.
Well done.
Yes. Mo, you have not seen anything yet. You have not seen it, and I will show you why.
It's so crazy, Mo. It's
There
so
is-
crazy.
It's already a nuclear dumpster fire with Sharknadoes and lasers. I can only imagine when we add the gremlins because we fed, them after midnight and put water on them. That movie always pissed me off because I was like, you were told like 17 times what not to do. What is wrong with you? Again, I was born 47. Swear.
I have.
Sorry.
I have here. I here have this
Murder hornets.
This person right here. So this right here is her one of her stepdaughters.
Okay, so what's the deal with this lady's kids? She's got like 8 kids and foster kids or step kids or
step kids. She's been married a few times. This is one of her step kids.
Pushed me.
We're gonna need a whiteboard just for
into
people like
the pantry door.
her family tree.
Hello, Kimmy. I gotta see if I can move this because I can't see my screen.
She's got chickens.
I don't know. I think I ran into something. She's like, no.
And what's this video
do that
from?
to
A
yourself.
YouTube
There's-
channel?
This is
Facebook
her.
post?
This is. I think she normally does things on TikTok, and she posted these up on the YouTubes.
Okay, so she's
This
on
is-
social media like us, so she might be a
Yes.
little bit of a
Okay.
weirdo herself.
Absolutely,
Okay.
and I don't think she
Okay.
denies that she's a weirdo at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Like she doesn't deny. She's not sitting there going, "Oh, I'm completely normal." She's like, "No, I have ADHD, and I raise chickens, and I have kids, and maybe I'm." And she'll even say, "She's like, yeah, I'm rather chunky. I've got large thighs. I got thunder thighs." She makes no inhibition about who she is. She
Okay.
understands who she is. But there's things that she talks about. She says, "I don't remember a lot of my childhood because of the abuse that was happening." She goes, I don't have any happy memories of my childhood.
Okay.
This is and she's actually been in communication with the Hales and talked with them. Her name is Ashley.
Okay.
And she's got her own YouTube channel. You're welcome to check out her stuff if you want to. She seems like, she's unhinged like just about everybody else in the whole YouTube sphere. Some way or another we're not completely all together there.
No, but we're
we
okay
try-
with it.
We try to act like we are, but no,
We're all flawed individuals, shall we say?
exactly.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah. She is,
Oh.
she just got sick of seeing the bullshit that was coming out that her step monster was talking about.
Okay.
You guys,
I'm not
don't
trying
tell
to,
me-
to
Don't
She has
tell me
3
anymore about this parenting, because the fact that a 4-year-old baby is down there and their CPS is letting this child suffer this kind of toxic environment, both, environmentally and mentally, with the way this woman acts. And she downright said she got her for flipping money.
Yes.
Yeah, well, she also said, I caught it the other night in a deposition. She said
I'm
that
doing
a
knife
501
hands. I'm like,
That's a weak ass knife hand, Mo.
Oh yeah.
You got to get it in
Well-
the face.
well, I was thinking throat, but
No, it's a military thing. You should know this.
Yeah.
I flunked basic training. I was one of the fat kids that didn't really run.
And you know every drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Knife
The,
hand.
Yeah.
the problem is when you come from a service family and you're the only one that flunked out of basic.
Well,
Yeah.
it
I may
happens.
be the drama kid in the military family. I may have gotten grounded for saying I wanted to be a conscientious objector.
Oh, you would have got grounded at my house for that. Gross.
And
So-
I'll just give you a brief on this one because
Well, no.
Mo has-
Wait. I was making a point, damn it.
Okay, go
So
ahead, make it.
I caught it the other night in one of the parts of the depot. She claims that a 501c3 is for donations. That's what it's for, which is not
No.
the case, y'all. A
No.
501c3, to the best of my understanding, and I'm an idiot, so take this with a grain of salt, but it's tax exemption status for a nonprofit organization. You have an organization that makes no profits. Every bit of it goes back into the organization itself. And because of that, if you meet the right requirements, the government will allow you to exempt out of taxes. Now, one of those benefits is that you can
Let me
receive
stop you right there.
donations.
So let me stop you right there. So here's the thing. If you do have a 501c3, whatever.
I hope
Okay,
I'm saying
you-
that right. Right?
Yeah,
That's what
I
it
think
is.
you are. I'm probably not.
It might be
So-
C3.
So if
AC,
you
I don't
have
know.
one of these charitable organizations, you usually will have, for example, a board, a CEO, staff, that kind of thing. Okay. All of those people will get paid out of whatever donations comes into that. So, say for example, she has her charitable entity, which she can receive charity. She can pay herself a salary out of that. Okay, so if
Okay.
she receives $1 million a year and she makes her salary $100,000 a year, then she gets paid $100,000 a year, and then the
Sure.
rest of it goes
And that's
to taking
understandable.
care of whatever.
That's
That's
understandable.
exactly. And
Right.
I'm not degrading her because of that, but
No.
that's the way that
No.
those work.
If
And
you're
if
putting
she
in the
has
work to save turtles, then you should probably get paid for that time.
exactly
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
exactly.
You shouldn't be getting, 90% of the income generated in that 501c3.
Right, but if you're on disability, that
You
changes things.
cannot.
So that would be like you, Valhalla. You're
Yeah,
on
you can't do
disability.
that. I am on disability.
So try starting a 501c3 for goat farming.
No, that's not how it works. You can't do that.
Okay.
That's not how it works.
Have you guys heard about my for-profit charity, Mo's House?
For profit
Send me money.
charity.
Yeah,
That's
mine is
I love those the
501c3. Yes, thank
never
you.
mind. I'm gonna keep that one to myself. I was getting off on a tangent there. We're gonna leave that
Yeah,
alone.
I mean, it's not to say that she can't be on disability. That just means
No.
she's not doing.
Well, I'll tell
any
you
work.
how it works, right? Because I'm a disabled vet, for everybody that doesn't know, which most of the people here I think know by now.
Yeah, I think they already know this.
So you depending on your disability rating with the VA. Oh, I guess I don't. So the way it works is you can only make like X amount a month, right? Before it's like before the government's like, hey, now how disabled are you, right? And they want to take a second look in this. And
I don't know.
hey,
I get a lot of donations from YouTube. So what do you mean by disabled and how much money I'm making?
I don't know.
Those are donations from YouTube. That's you're not getting paid. Although they 1099 the shit out of you.
I don't know
Yeah.
how it works with YouTube. I don't make enough money for that to matter on YouTube.
I don't either. I barely
Hey,
make
I
enough
made
to pay for
$2
internet.
on Rumble. I'm a star, but that's like since I started. I just haven't cashed it out, I don't want to spend it all in one place.
Yeah. So just like she says, you have to. You can still get a salary, but you have to stay a certain limit below
Right.
your government benefits.
Right. So
Yeah, I had
if
to do
she's
that for
paying
widows
herself,
benefits.
if she's paying herself through that 501c3 and it's more than she should be getting, that's interesting.
Well, maybe she's not. Maybe
She might not be.
But if it's
Although,
7,000
How many
that she
people
got paid
would
in
give
1
this
month,
woman money?
if that
Like, this-
7K came in through that 501c3 or in her name, that could be a problem.
yeah, and if she's using it for court fees instead of taking care of animals, that
I'm
becomes
really
a bigger
curious where this
problem.
money came from. I really am.
Oh, I'm not curious. I care less where the money came from. Just the fact that it came in makes it like,
Yeah, there's so many tangles in this, and I'm surprised that the judge is even allowing it
I'll be back.
with how obviously insane she is.
Do you know how wrong that looks whenever you first glance at that Valhalla? God bless.
Oh, that's why I stopped using that one. Somebody pointed that
All
out.
that, and I was
before.
like, holy, what is that?
God bless it. That's why I stopped using that one. Oh.
I say keep it. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious.
That's how you
Keep it.
have so many kids.
It just took me a second. I was like, wait, what? I love it.
That's why he had a whole litter this Christmas. I'm sorry,
just so you guys can
Valhalla.
understand what I'm talking about here. He's a very busy man. What can I say? Oh, okay. So we're gonna play this here real quick. So this will be just so you get an idea, just a brief idea.
I'm trying to find it. It's here. I'll stand here and look for it because I have it. I brought it on purpose. Matter of fact, I brought it loose.
And you notice she's playing her video or she's playing this through in the court. She's got her phone in the court playing this, and the judge is letting it. All right, and then we'll go on to the judge here.
Caused the threats to be communicated, even though the court affirmatively found that she began receiving them after she appeared on Mr. Harris's channel. And so the question is the cause to be communicated language. Additionally, and I presume that you're aware, you should be, this court is, that Strober and Harris was decided under.
And right here is where he's given out legal advice to her, unwarranted, talking about the way that YouTube cyber stalking is supposed to be working, and more of her shenanigans.
Yeah,
That's not how you wear a headband.
So here, pay attention to this. This is very important right here, and there's a reason I wanted to show this. So this right here is he's turned around because. And I'll back it up just a little bit here. So he is basically trying to set up the next court date. So they've already spent 2 hours in this in this court hearing where she's laid all this evidence out, and he's admitting this stuff as evidence of just a bunch of hearsay shit, and he's just admitting it in. And at the very end of it, the attorney, and I can back it up to where it starts, which is somewhere about in here, where the attorney says, hey, it'll take us about 15 minutes, and all we have to do is question her for 15 minutes, and we can end that for the day, and then we can move on to, the next witnesses or whatever. The judge doesn't hear that. The judge, all he hears is, you can end this case in 15 minutes if we can present a case. If we can question her, we can end this in 15 minutes and the whole case will be over. And that's what causes more problems.
I just really wanted to cross-examine the witness, the only one we've heard from. And I wanted to present.
And deny her the ability to present the evidence. Ma'am, how long are the videos?
They're like 30.
No, Judge, all we want is 15 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, which is never going to be 15:30. We're going to be here till 6:30 at earliest. We're going to have to reconvene. There's just no option around that. Mr. Hales, I think if you want quick justice, you're not going to get justice at all. And if you want to spend 6 or 8 months in an appellate court process, you could end up with that. Or we could hear the whole case and allow the court to make a determination on the.
Your Honor, all we need is 15 minutes. That's all we're asking for, 15 minutes to cross-examine her, and we can move on to the next order of business. Because once you hear the questions that we ask her and she responds, you're going to go, yeah, we're done.
Merits of this case, and it could result in an injunction or not. I mean, what your lawyer's saying is it's going to result in a quick and speedy resolution with a dismissal. I guess he's predicting what I'm going to do.
No, he just knows the law, and apparently this judge does not.
You giant schmuck.
Really hypothesis without basis.
Yeah, he's talking like a professor now. So because that goes on for quite some time, but there's a spot here where he is.
People were here, 25 or 30. Am I insensitive to these folks having to come back? No, I'm.
Yeah, so he's been opining. All they needed was 15 minutes to cross-examine her, and that started at 1 hour 15 minutes. He's already gone to 1 hour 18 minutes, 1 hour 20 minutes, and 21 minutes, and they could have already been done with the questions that they had for.
I'm not.
But instead,
I'm completely cognizant of it. You guys.
Petition is not properly sworn. Does that matter to the court?
That's a pretty deep question right there. The petition is not properly sworn. Does that matter to the court?
everything matters in all good time, in all due time, at the appropriate time. If you're making motions,
I move to dismiss the petition because it's not properly sworn.
you can make.
Damn.
Okay. At what proper time would that be? Your
That would be
your
at the time that you submit that petition. It has to be sworn.
well,
You're s-
I understand, but why is
basically the
he
way that
saying
basically the way this works is whenever someone puts in a petition, you swear, you create an affidavit, and you sign off on everything that is fair and true, and to your best of your knowledge, this is true. And you sign off on it, and you have it notarized. Nice stamp of approval. Someone saw you sign it. That is presented to the judge. She's never done any of that. She's just presented something in front of the court that has not even been. So she can basically say, I never said any of that. If the judge lets us in without it being sworn, she can say, I never said any of this.
Make that argument tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
And here's where it
If
gets
it's
fucked
granted,
up.
we'll all go home at 9:15.
Can I ask what that means?
Yeah, I'm not considering adjudicating a legal matter
All right,
without
I just don't know.
proper argument presented in support.
I think I have a doctor tomorrow, but
You heard that. She has a doctor's
So
appointment
are
the
we
next morning.
doing it at 9 o'clock?
that's fine. I have a doctor's
Your Honor.
appointment, but I'll cancel it.
No, Your
Mr. Hales
Honor.
is having to address matters in Ohio court related to this situation. He has to
Now you see where he says he has to address things in Ohio court that are related to this matter.
be there tomorrow.
He has to be there tomorrow morning.
He has a flyer out.
Well,
He has a
who's-
flight
who's
out.
the judge in Ohio?
Judge
Why don't
Ross.
we reach out and see what they can do to accommodate us? So
Judge
in
Ross.
effect, we're not going to have it tomorrow because of Mr. Hale's.
I have other commitments
Calendar.
as well, Your Honor.
Judge
And of course, the attorney says, I have other commitments as well, Your Honor.
Okay,
Ross.
so your calendar and his calendar take priority
Pay
over the
very
court
close
calendar, which
attention
I'm
to the very
willing
end
to
of this.
change to accommodate. I want the record to reflect, I'm here to accommodate these litigants and these witnesses to resolve this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if
We're
it
willing
can't
to
be
stay
done
as long as-
tomorrow and you're asking for a continuance beyond tomorrow, I'll grant that. But I don't want anyone to be misled into thinking I'm shirking my responsibility to adjudicate this case on its
So you
merits.
just can't shut up, you
Your Honor,
old
we would be
bag.
grateful to stay as long as it takes.
He also said that if you want a continuance until after tomorrow, he'd be happy to grant that,
Yeah.
saying that no matter what you have to do tomorrow, it's irrelevant. I'm happy to grant that.
Right.
If you have to go to court tomorrow, no big deal. If you've got to go take your kid to the dentist, no big deal. I'm happy to grant that.
Happy.
It's
Interesting.
not about you and me. We have other participants in this, okay? Our court staff and our court security.
Yeah.
And so I'm shutting.
So you could have finished this out in 15 minutes and heard what we had to say. You could have listened to everything that we were going to present to you, and then we could have moved on. And we could have eliminated her, and we wouldn't have to have any more questions for her. No more testimony from her. 15 minutes, and then we can come back the following week, and we can continue on with the course of events. Now, you also have to understand this is at 5 o'clock at night. Most courts, they don't accept any filings past 5 o'clock at night. Just saying.
It down.
what is wrong with this judge?
And if you want to come back.
He was a professor. He was a professor.
Uh-huh.
That's what's wrong. He's never practiced law as an attorney.
Oh my God.
Well, he has, but what I'm saying is he spent most of his time in a classroom teaching people, like trying to trip them up with funky questions and opining on things that are totally irrelevant in any real life situation. That's what he's spent his entire life doing. I've run across attorneys like this where they it's all theoretical law. Like what would happen if, A, B, and C happened? Well, then D might happen. Well, you can't let D happen, so you have to go back to point A. It's theoretical bullshit to basically trip up students, to make them think critically, but he cannot think critically himself.
Okay, the problem with that is we all remember the Potter case. You had guy who drove right after open heart fucking surgery, like through a blizzard for free, 20 years, set up the first SWAT team ever, that guy. But the jury believed the dingus who had like 2 years, sat at a desk, and then went on to be a professor.
Yeah. Does he know how to work the system?
At 9 o'clock, it's offered to you all. If you can't come back or you're not willing to come back,
Watch, he turns around. Attorney turns
we're gonna
around.
do it
He's
next
discussing.
Wednesday at 1 o'clock.
Next Wednesday at 1
6.
o'clock. 6.
If you have a calendar conflict, you've got a week's time to
Got a week's
make a
time.
change in your calendar.
Make a change.
Fine with me, Your Honor.
She says
We'll be
fine with
back
her.
here Wednesday, December 6th at 1 p.m.
Be here at 6 at 1 a.m. He's still talking
Stand adjourned.
to his client.
This is just the beginning. The judge hammers on this next hearing that I said I was in Ohio for trial. My lawyer clearly said Mr. Hales has to address issues in Ohio court related to this situation. He never said I was on trial. What I had to go do is I had to go file paperwork for contempt of court, which that hearing will be January 10th. Now, more happens. The next hearing, I get a temporary injunction placed on me, based on lies that Lynette states about my attorney you're seeing here. Russ the Sus shows up, and so much more.
And that
We are
that
going to
is-
need a board, some red string,
I don't have
and
I don't have enough time to watch all these videos that I want to watch now.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It like goes.
that's the
so
problem. I'm like,
freaking
if
deep.
I could just stop sleeping,
Yeah,
it could be
I could
productive.
bring it all up. I could bring it all up.
Somebody owned that property before her, though. Like chat saying it was a local dumping area or whatever, but somebody owned it.
Yeah, somebody owned it, and it was for sale for $22,000. She bought it for $44,000.
Really?
She's a haggler, just the wrong way. What the hell?
It was property.
Interesting.
She definitely that's what chat told me on something. So it's still a dump. A dump in Otter Creek, absolutely.
Is that
Here's what we're
was
gonna
it,
do.
did it sell the last time for 22,000 and this time it was bought for 44? Because
No, more than likely there was multiple bidders on it, but she was just like
Oh.
determined to make sure that she outbid anybody else. That if she's going to get this
by
property,
200% though.
yes, because
That's insane.
it is right across the street from his property.
Shizzy, how lucrative is the turtle nonprofit business? Where is she coming up with this money?
I mean, you can tell
Save the
anybody a
turtles, Mo.
sob story,
Save the
they'll
turtles.
throw money at you. I mean, we saw this with our favorite mass Ukrainian hero.
Yeah, we did. Anyway, moving on.
And people fall for a lot of dumb shit.
True. I mean, look,
It's a shell company. That's fucking hilarious, Yamaha.
Shell company, I love it, Yamaha.
that's what we're calling it from now on. A shell
The shell
company.
company. Oh, that's funny.
And that'll piss her
funny.
off, which I
Well,
enjoy.
Well, with that,
Because
I'm going to
no
send
doubt.
all you fine folks over to MG's, which I'll be joining him in a little bit.
Oh,
but
shit.
I'm sending you guys over to MG's, and you guys, my panel. If you haven't checked it out, make sure you check out Valhalla Waits. Subscribe to him. He's got an awesome channel. He's got lots of like wonderful guests. He does these wonderful streams, and guess who he's going to have on next weekend?
The 23rd, I think.
Is it the 23rd?
I think it's the weekend after next. I think it's the
weekend after next.
The wonderful, the amazing Megan Fox. She's coming on to build Legos,
Yay.
y'all. Yes, I love Megan.
This is so awesome.
She's the shit. Me and Megan, we've known each other a while. She's good. She's good. I like her a lot.
Good people. She's good people.
She's good. So that'll be really exciting. Me, MLS, who's half retired, I guess, and the wonderful Wendy H. So come join us. We talk law. I'm sure this case will be of most of the conversation that evening.
Yeah.
And it's a good
Drop
time.
your link up there in chat there, Valhalla. You've got admin
You can do that.
rights. You can do that. And drop yours in there, Mo, also. You should have admin also. Me, I'm just too damn lazy and
Well, it's pinned to the top of the chat, so
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
So
that's true.
so Moses pinned.
I don't
been
have
pinned
to
up
do
at the top of
anything,
the
which
chat.
is also helpful for me.
Yeah, there you go. So Mo, she has her own channel. She only comes out and hangs with me so she can like say all the cursey words, which is awesome because she gets spicy sometimes. And so she comes on here and we've been covering the Zachariah Anderson interview and the Sadie Beacham interview, and just sort of going over those, and filled with commentary and very little of the interview, which is
Talk about an absolute injustice. The Zachariah case.
Yes.
God bless it.
And I mean, and that's what I was explaining, because also some of you folks had no idea what was going on with Zachariah Anderson because you came over here because you were watching what was going on with the Hales, and so it's like one of those where we're trying to also bring awareness to what's going on with Zachariah Anderson. His link is in the chat somewhere there. It's go check that out and watch the trial, and you'll understand where everybody's coming from with this whenever they say that there's a serious injustice.
Oh yeah.
Knows exactly what we're talking about here. He's no stranger to it because he sat through a good portion of this trial with MLS, and it's heart wrenching just to watch the injustice happen on that. And with that, all you guys, sub to my guests here, and we're gonna make it really special for you and just give you some sexy women. How about that? Peace, y'all.
Later.
I love a buttered biscuit.